whatever you want with it. The first one, you're like, this is so cool. When you cut a lot, it gets less cool, but the customer is always surprised, which is the cool thing. So when you cut it, you just want to act not surprised, right?
Okay. And
You're just gonna cut it and you're gonna be like, yep. So anyways, like I said, blah, 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 right? Okay, we ready to get rocking? Alexa, pause.
okay.
You want to fish in the other room, Gabe? Alexa, pause. Any updates that I don't have up here? Just lost my marker also. Any updates? One more.
This feels really bad.
Who's got one? Peyton, you said you have one more?
Eight.
You have 8. Where's your name? Here. Good jobs. You got 3 more. Who else got more? One more. 15, nice. One more. You got 8. 2 more. You got 7. Anybody else? 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who else? 3 more. Nice.
Bottom left. Your left, bottom.
This is my left.
Yeah,
There we go.
bottom.
You have 4 more or 4 total?
4 total.
4 total. Okay. Thank you. Who else?
Right.
Well, it's because there's a bunch of ends names over here, and I just get like a little bit confused with all that. Anybody else? Good? I know. What?
I got 3 in a minute. They're still.
I don't know what you just said, but okay. Let's get rolling. Cool. All right. Well, welcome to day 3. We got, hey, what's up, Speeder?
Joko. Yeah.
You're good. We have a spot right here. No.
What's
Here.
up?
We got a spot. Good job, Gabe.
Thank you.
I heard you. I'll put it up in a second. Okay. I want to get rocking here. So, hey, welcome back. Today's graduation day.
Yeah.
Yay. Did you know it's growth week?
It's growth week. No, we didn't.
Okay, so here's the deal. I love today because it's like it's the 3rd day of training, but it's also like the first day of doing demos, right? Raise your hand if you have some demos booked up. Whoop, whoop. That's awesome. I mean, like today, right? That's exciting. This weekend you're gonna get a lot of your experience out of the way very quickly, especially if you have quite a few demos, which some of you do, which is awesome. So today specifically, we have a lot of like shorter sections. There's very few that are like longer sections like we've had the last couple of days. So we're gonna start in a second. We'll go through goals. We'll do another little phone jam for your 3rd wave to get a little bit closer to your goal, depending on where you're at. We'll get you on payroll. We'll go through big sets and tips on that. We'll go through all the gifts and accessories. We'll go through communication guidelines, like how we communicate with you after training best, what kind of our office flow and standards are. We'll go through how to get recommendations today. We'll go through our team builder program. Some of you will leave with some prizes. We'll go through how to like place orders on through the app because you'll get your account set up, and then we'll do like a complete demo, like practice review, and you'll be able to role play some with a partner. And then everyone on my team was good last night, so I just got to double check with Dylan, but I think everyone's getting a sample kit today as well too, which is awesome. And then we're out. Then we're off to the races.
No.
We ready to go? It's getting real. It's getting real. Okay. Let me give you 5 tips that I have. This is my tips for the job. And then we're gonna dive right into the goal section. Okay. I'll also just say, like, some of you are like today, you're anxious, nervous, excited to get out there, make some sales, compete, have some fun, have some success, and you should be fired up. But like the job's not about hope. Hope hasn't kept us in business since 1949. Didn't help our office sell $57,000 last week. It doesn't create champions. You can't just hope that you're going to make sales. You're 100% responsible for all your success, and you're 100% in control of your success. It doesn't matter who you are, what neighborhood you're from, what your parents do for a living. Success is all mental. Some of you probably heard the saying from Muhammad Ali that like the fight was won long before I like entered into the ring, right? So you just got to make the right choices this weekend. And if you want to control your success, I have three little things for you. Number one is your confidence. Okay, your confidence matters a ton. The confidence that you know you're about to rip it up this weekend to sell a ton of Cutco, have fun, and lead the team. To put yourself on a path towards financial success and security for the next 3 to 5+ years, right? The confidence that you know that you're good enough, that you are talented enough, that you're trained well enough, and that you also have the right customers. And then the second thing is like after training, it's about the choices that you make. It's like the little things, right? We're not like sitting next to you on your demo, right? So it's the habits, the following the program, reading the manual, right? Not cutting corners, cutting food on every demo, asking for referrals that you're going to learn today, calling in for deals, dropping through the options so customers have the complete understanding and value of stuff. And then the last thing is it's about attitude. I've said this on the first day. I might have said it yesterday, but like the difference between an average rep and a great rep is just their attitude. And it's about your attitude towards your successes and failures. When champions have a big sale, like when Tony sold an ultimate set the other day, he was just like, yeah, it was really cool. Anyways, and then right, and they don't overreact. They realize that complacency is the enemy of consistency and success. They always like keep their foot on the gas pedal, right? Same thing when they have no sales. They don't give up or feel bad. Tony sold a homemaker yesterday, but he had 2 no sales in a row before that. And they'd realize, hey, this is how the game is, wins and losses, they're part of the game, right? And it motivates them to work harder because they know their next best sale is right around the corner. And so the second part of that is your attitude towards your customers. So I don't care what your list looks like, but you have the right customers, you have HM30s, you have the right base, you have the means towards helping you towards your goals. Most people this weekend, like they know you really well. It's your family, it's your friends' parents, you grew up with them, right? Your attitude is certainly going to influence the size of your sales. They can tell if you're working hard and if you want it enough, and they're going to want to help you out if they know that you want it enough. So again, today's not about hope. It's about the three things. It's about making the right choices, having the confidence, and then having the right attitude. How about that for a locker room speech?
Great.
Okay. My 5 quick tips. Number one is show up. I know this sounds simple, but this job, you got to view each event that you have as an opportunity, not something you have to do. Okay. So at another job, like my advice is you gotta treat this different than another job, unless you've done something that's like this, right? So at another job, if you don't show up, what happens?
Fine.
You get fired, right? And if you don't work, do a good job at your job, you also get fired, right? Here at this job, if you don't show up, you're not gonna get fired. It's different than like an hourly job where you're making money when you're like there physically working, right? Here, not necessarily. Who's getting paid to sit here right now? No, not me. Somebody pointed at me. No one is, right? But when you're doing demos, right, what you're setting yourself up for with success, when you made calls last night, when you booked things on your own, you're setting yourself up for your paycheck, right? So if it helps you make 300 or 500 bucks this weekend or this week or next week, are you going to really care how you got there? Probably not. Do you think Tony cared that he made 54 phone calls during training through his first 3 waves when he got his $600 paycheck his first weekend? No. Right? So my advice is you got to view it differently. Anyone know someone that like owns a business or is in sales or anything like that? Okay. Anybody want to run a business or own a business at some point? Okay, so here's the thing. You ever see them working weird hours and like also not working at weird hours? It's like noon and they're like, I'm gonna go golfing. And you're like, what? Or they're like, I'm gonna go to the gym and it's like, 11 a.m. Okay. And that's because they run a business. They also, you might see them at 9 p.m. taking a phone call to like try to close a deal or sending an email or something like that, right? So that's not a Cutco thing. That's like a business, that's a life thing, right? And so what's great is here, like you get to create your own schedule, just like a business owner does, and you get to make a lot more than somebody that works hourly too. But it's just different. So you got to view things differently with the time that you put into stuff. So like when we have a meeting, don't ever ask me like, hey, do I have to come to this meeting? Because my answer would be like, no. You don't have to do anything. You didn't have to apply for the job. You didn't have to like drive here today, right? Like I didn't make you do anything, okay? But what I will say is you get to come to a meeting that helps you get better at your job, that helps you make more money. I'll give you an easy example. Tony's average order was 320 his first 3 days. And then after that advanced training meeting, for the next 7 days, his average order was 600, or his average order was 813. And so now it's like 680 overall or something like that. Does that make sense? So if he wouldn't have came to those couple hours, I probably would have kept 320 going or so, right? Because he's not doing anything to get better. Does that make sense? So you got to kind of view it a little bit differently. Plus, at the team meetings and stuff like that, we usually have contests. They're usually fun and stuff like that. I give out ridiculous prizes, probably way more than I should. By the way, I stole you 20 bucks. I thought about that last night. Um, yeah, I bet you woke up thinking about it. Just kidding. But hey, you get to come to it, okay? And so, no, you don't get paid to come to the office. Neither do I. Trust me, I have a life just like you have a life. I have friends, I have a family, I have a wife, all this stuff. On a Wednesday night when we run the team meeting, I make the commitment to be at the team meeting to run the best meeting I possibly can. Would I rather be having dinner with her or like doing something with my friends? Yeah, right. But like if I'm gonna do it, I know that it's worth it to coach and like help our team motivate and all that kind of stuff and book a bunch of demos and make more cash, right? So it's worth it to me. So if you're coming to the office, I want to make it worth it for you. But you got to put your part in too. Does this first part make sense? My second tip for you is to get on to Key Staff. Key Staff is awesome. Key Staff is the top reps in the office. It's the people, bless you, that are on the fast track for advancement. Okay. Now you can get promoted into Key Staff pretty much within a week on the job. It's just an extra like meeting I run once a week for our top people where I'm trying to help them. I'm probably helping them think a little bit differently about their success and their summer and their opportunities and stuff like that. The Key Staff people are the ones that, they make great income this summer, but then they also have an opportunity to interview for like our leadership program. Our top people will interview at the end of the summer for Leadership Academy, which is our management training program. And then a month later, the top of the top people get to go to Ole in New York. You guys ever heard of that place? Okay, so where our factory is, it's also where the CEO lives and like all that kind of stuff. So like last year, our top people got to go to Olean. They got flown out. Think picture this as like a lot of your college students. You get flown out to New York. You meet the CEO, you tour a factory for a multi-billion-dollar marketing firm. There's like some cool meetings and leadership and advancement and stuff like that. And then they like fly you back to school. It's like over a weekend. That's what our top people get to do. And then they learn how to run a business. And then over winter break, we usually have like a trip or whatever that people can earn for selling a lot of Cutco in like a couple weeks. Kind of like a fast start. You just like are actually good at the job already at that point. And like last year was Cabo, so we had people that hit Cabo, really quickly, which is cool. And then next summer you could be an assistant manager or a branch or a district manager, or you could be on the events team. There's so much opportunity, but it all starts with Key Staff. It's our top one percenters. They get a little bit more accountability, and I make sure that they're making great income. So that's the second thing. The third thing is be a student of the business. There's a saying in our office that the more that you learn, the more that you earn, right? So the more that you learn, the more that you earn. And that's true with a lot of things. And it's certainly true here. Okay. So I want you to keep learning and keep getting better. I love when you ask questions like at an appropriate time, because that's what one of our favorite parts about the job that we usually fall in love with is like the coaching part of people, right? And so it's really cool when we see you have success right away. Like I knew I liked leadership when I sold a homemaker myself. Damn, that was really cool. But when someone else that I trained calls in and they're like, I sold my first homemaker, for me, that's so much cooler. So call your manager frequently because they want to help you out too. Okay. And so we'll talk about communication later, but basically this weekend, you're going to call us like after your appointment, or if you need help on it, you'll also give us a call. It's usually one or the other. Okay. And then in the mornings, you'll check in. So I just gave Dylan my phone because I was like, my phone's blowing up because all the reps are like checking in because we start training a little earlier than normal. today. And then the last thing is if you want to continuously keep building your schedule and booking it up, just make 5 calls before and 5 calls after a demo. It makes it so much easier. Think about if you have 5 demos in a day, right? On a more full day. Well, it's hard to do a phone jam around that, especially if you have like 8, right? You could, but if you just do 5 here, 5 there, right? It's kind of like most people can't do like 100 push-ups in one sitting, even like pretty athletic people. But like if they do 5 here, 5 here, 10 there, 10 there, you could get to 100 over like 24 hours, right? That's way more realistic. Does this make sense? So that's like the 5 before, 5 after, right? Every time you do that, you might go 0 for 5, by the way, and then the next time you might go 3 for 5. And that's just like you got to play the odds of phoning, which is the same thing of why we phone in 3 different waves during training. Okay. All right. So those are my first 5 tips. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to get a little bit more clarity on your goals. I'm just going to guide you through like kind of how to think about and pick out some of your top things you're excited about. Okay. So my first question for you is, what's the purpose of making a goal?
Set yourself to a goal. Well, and make you strive on it.
Keeps you motivated.
Keeps you motivated. Okay, sure. Yeah. Well, and by the way, this isn't like a Cutco question. It's just like a life question, right? So it's usually it's like because you got to become the person that it would take to hit the goal. Because when you set a goal, you're usually setting something you haven't done before, right? So like if you wanted to get A's for a semester every semester and you normally get B's, well, you probably have to do something different, right? Because if you've been doing the same thing, something's got to change. So maybe it's more studying hours, maybe it's like tutoring sessions, maybe it's paying more attention to class. I don't know, right? But showing up to every class, right? So, but you got to do something different. Same thing if somebody is like 250 pounds and they want to weigh 230. Well, if that's where they've been for a while, they got to shift something, right? If they want to lose weight, they got to, get a better regimented workout schedule, or, eat a little bit cleaner or whatever, right? So, when you talk about goals, there's 3 things that help you hit a goal. It's what's the goal, how do you hit the goal, and why is that the goal? So in your notebook, if you can just write those 3 down, what, how, and why. The what is a simple one. I'll help you with that. That's like, what are you going for? What's your kind of your commitment to your attachment of the effort you want to put in, right? Then the how, I'm going to teach you, like I'm teaching you the how in training, like how to do the demo, how to make a call, right? All that kind of stuff. And then the why is what we'll talk about today, because when the whys are strong enough, the how becomes real. If you have a big ship, right? So if somebody has a big goal, you need a big what? Anchor, right? If you have a big goal, like if your goal is 10,000 plus and you're just like, yeah, just trying to make I'm just trying to stack some cash. And that's like your goal you share with the customer. I don't think that that's going to motivate you enough to hit your goal over 10 days. So here's the difference, okay? Let's say anybody want to be a lawyer? Maybe I'll use this as an example. It's an easy one. Okay, so here's the surface level rep, right? Surface level rep goes, Mrs. Jones, thanks so much for seeing me today. The reason I'm working with Cutco is because I really want to make good money so I can have a lot of monies, and I also want to get better at talking to people. Not bad. Okay, here's the version 2. That's the same thing, but they're actually sharing their goal. Okay. Mrs. Jones, thanks so much for seeing me today. I have a really large financial goal with this job, and that's why I'm trying to do as many appointments as I possibly can. I'll share exactly how many here in a second, but I want to be able to graduate college debt free. And there's like 1%, less than 1% of people do that. And I know that I'm motivated enough. I know that through this job, I have the skills and the opportunity to be able to do that. And so thank you so much. And then the other part of the job that I'm really excited about is I want to be a lawyer later on. So when I'm a lawyer, I know I'm going to be able to, I know I'm going to be able to talk with people one-on-one. I'm going to need to be able to speak in groups of people in a courtroom. I'm going to be able to sell clients on why they should work with me versus work with someone else, or even our firm versus another firm. I'm going to need to have them be able to trust me one-on-one in individual conversations so that I can help them towards, their case or whatever it is. So doing a bunch of demos is really going to help me out with that. And that's why my goal is 10,000 and it's going to take me 40 appointments to hit that. So thank you so much for seeing me today. I really appreciate it. You're helping me out not only with my current goal of graduating school debt free, but also with my future goal of being the best lawyer I possibly can. And this is just going to help me get there quicker than others. Which one sounds better? Yeah, right. Now you probably won't sound, that was off the top of my head, you probably won't sound exactly like that, but like my point is, if you can go a little bit further, right? Like not surface level. Remember when I said that the first day? Like you have surface level relationships with people where you like know their name or whatever, but then like your best friend or your significant other, like you could tell them anything and they'd be like, don't even worry about it. Or they're like, you're awesome or whatever, right? So with a customer, I'm not saying you need to get super deep. I'm just saying like you can share what your goal is with them that really drives and motivates you. And then they're gonna feel like you're more of a person and why you're doing this than I'm just doing demos to sell knives or make money. Does that make sense? Okay, so the first thing I want you to do is pick what the goal is. If you haven't already picked one, as a reminder, if you want to go for 3,000 in your first 10 days, great. It's about 15 demos over 10 days. So if you have a crazy busy schedule, go for that, right? But it's like less than 2 a day. Okay, but you hit your first and your second promotion, your first in your first 10 days. You make $400, right? It's not bad. Okay. Was that my phone? Then $6,000 fast start is it's gonna take most people somewhere 25 to 30 demos over 10 days, which is an average of about 3 per day. So you'd need to do 3 in a day. You'd also need to make sure you schedule 3 for like the next day, right? Or the day after. Okay. And you make $1,000 in 10 days. 6K is a great fast start. Ray on our team, she just had a $6,800 fast start and she's really fired up because her goal was 6K. And I was like, that's amazing. Good for you. She was on the newsletter. We clapped for her last night. By the way, we put Tony's paycheck up. And then there's also, thanks, Dylan, 10,000 plus, right? So I don't care if you're like, I want to do 15, just do 40 demos. Just focus on 40 demos if that's what you want to go for. Some of you were at that 10K meeting I ran at like 8:15 or whatever. And that probably gave you a lot more clarity on going for 10,000. And if you weren't there, it's not to say you can't go for 10,000, obviously. I'm just throwing it out there, right? But it's do 4, set 4. Right? And you'd make 2,000, I'm just gonna say plus, right, in your first 10 days. So whatever your fast start goal is, just pick one and stick to the number that you want, okay? And I would pick it based on the number of demos that you feel like you can really commit to working towards. Does that make sense? I don't care even right now about the CPO at all. I just care about the number of demos that you can focus on. Does this make sense, everybody? Everybody got one? Okay, cool. And then the next thing we're going to do is pick out a couple reasons why. Okay. Now I have a bunch on here. You can do this on your notebook. Eventually, we're going to put this in the manual where, oh, I forgot about this. Sorry. I'll show you that in a second. Eventually, we're going to put this into the manual. So it'll say, like, Mrs. Jones, do you mind if I share some of my goals with you? I'm working with Cutco because, and that's the little couple sentences you're coming up with right now. But you can even do bullet points if you have it down. But, and then I just started my fast start contest. I have 10 days to my goal of selling 10,000 and it'll take me 40 demos or whatever, right? So you can do it on your notebook for right now, but eventually you're going to want to like move it and transfer it over to your sheet. Okay. So I'm going to rip through a bunch of ideas. Okay. You don't need to write all of them. Just what are the ones that really stick out to you the most that is important to you? You might already know them. And if you do, you can just ignore me talking. Okay. But maybe it's confidence. Is that my top one? Yeah. So maybe it's confidence. Maybe you just want to be more confident talking to people, right? Who cares? I mean, like, that's such a life skill. For some of you, it's like, who cares at how much I sell? If I can be more confident talking to people, it's like, that's a game changer, right? So maybe you want to get more communication skills and people skills. If that's your thing and you're debating on your goal, well, who's gonna have better communication skills? Someone that does 12 demos in their fast start or somebody that does 40? So obviously, right? Somebody that does 40. Maybe you want to get sales experience. Maybe you want to learn about sales. Maybe you're going for business. And if you're going for business or something like in that field, like you certainly have to get good at sales, right? Even if you're going to be a nurse, like you'll be a better nurse because you're a better communicator with people. You'll be a better teacher because you can sell people on why they should, listen to you, right? There's influence in that. Maybe you want to get to 30%. Maybe that's all you care about. I want to live a life at 30%. Hey, life's good at 30%. Just saying. Life's even better, by the way, at 50%. But life's really good at 30%. Okay. Maybe you want to interview for TLA at the end of the summer, get into Leadership Academy. Maybe you're somebody that's like, I want to be on the fast track for an assistant manager position. And I want Nate to talk to me on my 11th day on the job about being an assistant like he did with Tony. Maybe you want to get on my radar. Maybe you want to just network. Look, some of you at some point, you're going to get a job offer on your demo. It's just going to happen. My first summer, I probably had 20 job offers. It's not bragging or anything. It's just like when you do a lot of demos, you meet a lot of people, you run into people that own businesses, or CEO or a partner, or they know this, like whatever. But you're gonna network and meet a lot of people, and that can help you towards your dream job, right? In fact, sometimes we lose some of our people because they're like, I just got connected with this internship that's towards my dream job, and we're like, oh, but like, yay, right? So, but most like that's why Wall Street Journal, we were the number one stepping stone for young people in America because it can help connect you to your dream job, right? So if you want to be like uh artist, every demo, who do you know that's an artist? Who do you know that is in that field, right? When I was new, I didn't have a major, like when I started with Cutco, so I was like considering nursing because my mom was a nurse, and then I was also like business kind of seems cool. So I just asked them every demo. I was like for recommendations. I was like, who do you know that owns a business or like works in business? And then who do you know that is a nurse or works in nursing? And so I got to meet a lot of people and I got to ask them like, hey, do you like your job? Like honestly, like, and what do you like about it? And it was kind of cool. And then you'll get job offers. I had this one guy that worked for I'm not sure what you call it, but basically he sells toilets, to put it simple. And he was trying to get me to sell toilets like the whole demo. Like I'm like he bought a homemaker and some steak knives. And then he was like, all right, now that you sold, let me sell you on something. Come over here. And he was like, check out this toilet. And I was like, oh, it's a pretty good one, yeah. And he's like, you would crush toilets with me. You should quit this thing and sell toilets. And I don't think he knew like how well I was doing with Cutco, but that's okay. And I was like, thank you so much. I'll keep it in mind or whatever. And he's like, yeah, yeah, whenever you change your mind, like you have a job already. And I was like, okay, thanks so much, right? And some people would say like call me when you graduate and stuff like that too. And it's like it's good to network. So maybe that's something. Maybe it's time management. Maybe you want to be able to do more in one day than other people do in 2 days, right? Maybe you want recognition. Maybe you're like a words of affirmation person. You get a lot of recognition. The top 1% of people hit 10,000 plus. Maybe you want to get good at setting goals for yourself and accomplishing goals for yourself. It's like a life skill. You can also win in the fast start. It's like almost $1,000 worth of Cutco. Maybe you could total that up for me. Would you mind doing that actually? The fast start prizes? Like it's whatever, you don't have to do the second, but whenever you can, total it up. And then you make 2 grand in a short period of time. Oh yeah, and then I take you to kick-ass dinner, right? So whatever you like on here, pick out the stuff that is most important to you, and then try to write like a sentence or two on it. So that way you have a couple things, right? And then here's all the prizes again too, right? Remember all the good stuff that you can earn in your fast start. So maybe you don't even care about any of that stuff. You just want to win Cutco. Pick the one you want to hit, right? As you're deciding, I'll just share one story with you here in a second. So your goal could be whatever you want it to be, and it can mean whatever you want it to be. I had a guy a few years ago named Abe Shaw, And this is when I was running the St. Louis office. And he grew up in Bell Fountain Neighbors, which is up north. He was raised by a single mom. They had a really small house, brothers and sisters. You know, he had kind of a tough childhood, but he like loves his mom. And basically, the reason he got the job or wanted to do Cutco was because he wanted to give back to his mom. So his goal was like to say thank you for like feeding me, clothing me, like, you know, doing everything, raising multiple, you know, kids. At the same time, he's like, I want to write her a check at the end of the summer. And he was like, do you think I can make 5 grand here? This is like in training. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, what do I need to do? And I was like, 80 demos. And he was like, okay. And then the whole summer, that's all he was working for was just how quickly can I get to 80 demos? So he wasn't our top rep, but he was the hardest worker in our office. He was at Champions Club. Uh, I don't have it up there, but Champions Club for us is 8 to 9:30 on the weekdays. We used to do it at 7 a.m. So Abe was at the office every morning at 6:45 sharp. I could count on it 10 out of 10 times. The only day we don't have it on is on Sunday, but he was there every single day. He made the most phone calls. He was the most disciplined. He was the hardest worker on our team. He wasn't the best like rep in terms of like averages and stuff, but he outworked everyone and he finished like number 4 in the office for the summer. And he just networked out of where he was at. He asked for recommendations, kind of like Fonz's story, which was kind of cool. I didn't even know that yesterday. That he started with that one person. Um, anyways, so Abe at the end of the summer, he sold 30 grand, which means he made like 8,500. No, he sold 33 grand. I don't know. He made about 10 grand, something like that. And he wrote his mom a check for 5,000 at the end of the summer. And he said it was the coolest thing he'd ever done in his life. And then he put the rest towards school and all that. And so like when he was sharing his goals with the customer, that's what he was sharing. Hey, the real reason I'm doing this is I want to write my mom a check for $5,000 at the end of the summer. And so thank you so much for seeing me. Like I just need to sell 20 grand this summer and I need to do 80 appointments. So it means the world to me. I really appreciate it. You know, and plus I'm a musical theater major. And so like speaking to people, talking in front of people is going to help me with my confidence and you know, all that. Like if a kid told you that and you're a parent, what are you thinking after the goal section? You're like, this is the coolest kid ever. This kid's so motivated. I mean, that's kind of how he used to do his goals. I'm not saying you need to get that deep with it, but you can do whatever you want for goals. Okay. I'll share this quick clip and then we'll get to share your goals with a partner. Once you have it down, you can go to page 20 or whatever. Sorry, not 20. Page 1, and you can put your goals in your sheet once you have it down in your manual. Okay. I will share this clip with you. This girl's name is Tegan. She's from Canada, and she sold $39,000 in her fast start in 10 days. And she's getting, this was in November of this last year. She's going to give you some tips for what she did.
Hi, I'm Tegan. I'm from the Calgary office, but I live in Manitoba. So I did 75 demos in my fast start and 60 of those demos bought. I was talking to my manager on the phone about around 5 times a day and making 30 phone calls, around 30 for trying to book some demos. My tips would be listen to what your manager says. I followed the script. And I've grown up with Cutco, so I added some personal stories about what I like using which knives for. Be organized and try and plan as much as you can in advance. And take advantage, if you know anyone in a different state or province where there's a time change, you can maybe do some extra late at night or extra early, depending what the time change is. So you can get in some extra demos. And if you know anyone who's an early bird or night owl, that is also very helpful because you can get some extra ones staying up late or early. And then also one more thing is that when you're planning your in-person demos, which I think those are best because they can do the test so they really get impressed. But so yeah, if you're doing in-person demos, then try and plan them around each other in the same area so you don't have to waste too much time driving.
Any quick takeaways?
Without content, you don't really go to you.
Sure, yeah. I mean, she did a lot of demos, right? It's almost 8 a day. And she said she made 30 calls a day. She also made like $14,000 in 10 days. Something like that. Okay, once you get your goal, it seems like some of you are still writing, some of you are done. What I'd love for you to do is if you can text your coach what your goal is. So it would say like my goal is 6,000, 10,000, whatever. Even if it's like we're literally right here, it's just so we can look back on it, you know. And that's exciting to me because what are your two kind of main reasons? You know, it's because of this and this. These are the main reasons for me. So no one's gonna buy just because you have goals. But you know, I think it'll take some people from like, yeah, I'll buy it later to like, all right, I'll give it a try now. They're not gonna buy it because they know you, but if it makes sense, if it helps you out, and they're probably gonna do it anyways. That's what goals are great for. And it should be a little scary to look at your goal. If it's not a little scary, it's probably not very big. Once you've texted your manager, you can partner up and read your goal to the person next to you or whoever. So you can practice just kind of like saying the words out loud one time. Alexa, play. So you're gonna say it exactly like this. Mrs. Jones, do you mind if I share some of my goals with you? I'm working with Cutco because I just started my fast start contest. I have 10 days to hit what?
My mom down.
Yeah, but I was really interested in the Lucian Pregnancy Club, yes, the cost of my resume, but also because meeting of people, talking more of this stuff, connecting with them, like.
Yeah, you're basically just texting this. It's just your goal and then what are the two reasons why? Yep.
There's a better.
Is it a double or a triple? Threes are the ones that scare me.
My ex-husband used to use no less than 6.
That's crazy.
Less than 6.
No less than 6 times. Every time I counted. 6 or more. Yeah. Liquid IV hydration. I can actually say it.
Share those goals, share those goals.
Almost 20,000 somewhere. So that is. Pay.
Great, I love that.
Plus that. Love it.
Therapist.
Thing is,
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, but most business something for you. Yeah.
Athletes, so
That takes
like.
or they just like figure it out. I just know it's like, well, I've known for at least a few years, like, that's what I like to do.
Yeah, and at least you're gonna, so you wanna say, my whole experience here, so you're gonna.
So no matter.
Yeah.
No, you're good, you don't.
No
need-
one's doing anything.
No, I'm gonna, we'll just know each other by this. Just look at it.
I'm gonna go.
Traumatic.
Oh, that's what go for it.
Don't.
What are you doing?
It's like they're, it's like a professional. So it's like, like. People think that they're everything for.
I'm getting more.
Like they don't, they're different. Happier they would be.
Okay, that's.
Like, I started like this last year, I was never supportive before. And to help with my relationship issues, I don't even realize.
Thanks for those of you that texted me. On. Gabe, I love that. Pick a first 10 days goal though. That's what this is for. Yeah.
I thought that was for.
No worries, no worries.
Boy, you don't think I'd do 20,000?
Well, you said this summer, so I assume that was your summer goal.
You want to text in 10 days?
Yeah, just text me, you can literally just be like 10K or whatever it is. It's fine. All right. All right. Does everybody have a chance to share a goal, someone? Cool. How do we feel?
Great.
Good. Alexa, pause. You guys wanna, I got a lot of good stuff today. You ready for this?
Yeah.
You want a contest real quick? So I'm so sorry for bribing you to do your job at a high level with your fast start prizes first, and then feeding you bagels to get 10 demos so you make at least $200 this weekend. But also, if you complete 10 demos this weekend by Monday at midnight, you're gonna get double credit on your fast start prizes for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So for example, last Thursday, Tony sold 4,300 on Thursday. So it was really like selling, what did I say, 43? 8,600 for his fast start prizes on Thursday. So if you sell $1,300, let's just say for all those days, it's really like selling $2,600 towards your fast start prizes. Not your career sales, obviously, but like towards your fast start prizes. How about that?
You get the $500 for 7,500 if you do 2,500 in those 2 days.
Oh, great question. Only, damn, what's up? Only for the Cutco prizes. So I can't control the 10K prize or the 15K prize, but for all of the Cutco pieces, I buy those for you guys, for our team. So for all of the Cutco prizes, yes. So if you sell $2,000 in those days, it's really like selling 4,000, right? You just got to complete 10 demos by midnight. Okay, so that's my contest, right? You guys like that?
Yeah.
It's pretty juicy, and you get bagels too. If you you have to have 10 demos before you leave today. So some of you are close, and you might get a bagel after this next little phone wave here. Okay. So let me give you some tips. Well, we're gonna roll right from goals into our last number 3 phone jam. Okay. Now my suggestion is we're gonna have a shorter phone wave. Okay. So Some of you just need to move a little bit, try to get a little bit quicker today. Some of you won't be able to get 15 calls in because we're only going to go. I usually judge it on how well the energy is and all that in the room. So we're probably going to go for 20, maybe 30 minutes. Last week we went like 35 because they were just zooming. Meaning like we were like, it was like Jocos all over the place. So if that's how we go, we'll go a little bit longer, but I want you to make sure you line up your next 10 to 15. Again, always phone from the app because it saves everything for you. And then we can also see and give you tips and stuff like that as well too. The app's really cool. It saves everything. You can track your stats over time. So like you can literally see how many calls you've made since you started the job and like how many demos you've booked and what your ratio is. Anybody want to know what theirs is? Somebody say your name. Somebody say your name. Naya. Okay, thank you so much. All right. So what I could tell you is Naya, you've made 21 calls and booked 12 demos. You're booking a demo every 2.3 calls, which is way above average, like for efficiency, right? So you can look at that, and that's kind of cool, and it kind of just shows you. We've also booked 122 appointments from between you guys and our team in the last like day, basically. No, get out of there. Okay. So here's my advice for when you're picking this round. Okay. The first thing I would look at is like number one from yesterday, look at your top 20 list. Like those on page 19. That's where I would start. Who have I not booked from my top 20? That's where I would start because you put them in your top 20 for a reason. Okay. So as I'm talking, you can like start, doing the phone now thing and adding the ones you want into your list in order. That's what I would do is like, okay, well, if I don't have 15 demos, which only one of you has, then you probably have a few in your top 15 that haven't answered yet, right? Or you're playing phone tag with or whatever. I would put them down first as my first like 5 or 8 or whatever it is. Okay. The second thing I would look at if I'm after my top 15 is like call anyone who said, can you call me back? That probably isn't going to call you back because you're not the highest priority. So you always want to call them back, which is why you always want to end a call with like, oh, great, you can call me back. Cool. Do you mind if I don't hear from you by like tomorrow at 2? Can I call you back or something like that? Right. And then you could also move into like who would be in the next 15 to 20 if you need to expand your list any more outside of that too. Okay. But your goal should be to hit your goal first. Everyone's goals are different, right? But for a lot of you, it should be how can I get to 10 plus, and can I book 5 demos during this wave? Here's what I'll also share with you during this wave is let's say we were working at Subway instead of Cutco. And I was the manager and I said, whoever makes the best subs in the next 30 minutes, you're going to get paid $100 an hour. Best subs, most efficient subs I've ever seen in my life. Instead of $10, I'm going to pay you 100. Who would be making the best subs of their life? So here's the equivalent I'm going to give you. If you do, we have 30 minutes. I'm going to call it. If you do well, okay. If you book one demo in 30 minutes, what's the worst thing that happened? You made $20, right? Now, if you did this for an hour, it'd be the equivalent of making $40 an hour with the base pay, which most of you are going to make way more than the base pay, but just off the base pay. If you book 2 demos this wave, okay, at $20 base pay, that's really like making $80 in an hour. If you book 3 demos, I know you know how math works, but it'd be the equivalent of making $120 an hour, which is someone that makes $250,000 a year. If you book 5 demos in this wave, it's really the equivalent of over an hour booking 10 demos, which is $200. So some of you might add an extra, 20, 60, maybe even an extra $100 just in this like 30 minutes. I don't know if you've ever made $200 an hour, but that'd be like someone that's a surgeon or like a really high level lawyer that makes like 400 grand in a year. Okay, so you can make a lot of money at Cutco. You just gotta, again, treat the job differently with how you're looking at things. Does it make sense? Okay, so once you have your numbers in the phone now button, Okay. You can always send the post-call outreach one after the call. Okay. And then you can also try the pre one after the call. Either way, they're about the same thing. Okay. And that just lets them know you're trying to get a hold of them, right? Okay. Now, if they don't answer or something like that, or they haven't responded yet, that's fine. Call them back, right? You ever miss a call? I've probably missed a bunch of calls so far today, right? Am I gonna call everyone back? Probably not. I'll try to shoot them a text at least, something like that. But right, and then make sure if you have any knife emojis that you're calling those people and booking up those demos. Right, if you have any knife emojis in your app, because those are people that own Cutco as well too. Okay. All right. We're gonna spread out, get cranking on the phones, follow the script, give them 2 times, make sure both the spouses will be there. You guys are doing a great job from a lot of you that I've heard, just firming up on the phone, making sure that they write it down and stuff like that. Thank them a bunch, get a little faster today, maybe call a couple people you're a little nervous to call. Again, it's just progress, not perfection. Okay. Shout out Joko when you got one. We ready to rock and roll? Go get them. Go get them. Alexa, play.
Thanks, dude.
30 minutes on the clock. It's 10:01. 10:01. Good job, Hazen. Number 9. No, I always like to put these eventually in their web API notes. Yeah, yeah.
Like
Just
the
like
notes.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, just like copy paste it, all of that.
Why is my phone now this shorter than my prospects? Like, I'm missing some names that I have here. Trying to
Like,
find,
cause you schedule them, right?
well,
So the prospects is the total, I give the prospects. Phone now is who hasn't been scheduled. Are you missing a specific person?
yeah, Nancy Weber,
Nancy.
she's.
He's like, well, no.
She's.
Just call her from this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that even like love music? Like this shit is left.
Till Monday. You said, okay, you feel Monday nice?
Yeah, on Monday.
Yeah. Is that short?
What time's
I think.
Yeah.
Okay. I have
You go to this?
some.
Yeah.
You can't do any demos, right?
Yeah, I've worked starting at 12 here.
There's
As much as I love Dylan, I would actually say that most demos instead.
Like,
Just because of how limited you are with time, and I know he's covering tomorrow, and I think that would benefit you more. Okay, come next week. Cool, that's what I would say. So I can do 2 more. Like that, what time did you say?
12. I'm gonna deal with
12. So you can do a 8 and a 9:30 on the time, or an 8:30 and a 10. And then. Get that one.
They told us there.
So is this one at 10:30?
Yeah, so there's no my parents and us.
Okay, just gonna get on the same page. Okay, so 10. And then what time is this one?
Okay.
Yes, I understand.
What time on?
It's fine. So it's a really small thing, but something to look at is like, you really could have done an 11:30. And then a 1. So you're like, you're missing probably like a time slot or 2 in there, so because you have some of them, they're 2 hours apart, and some they're. apart. See what I'm saying? And then like this one, right, this is at 4 and this is at 6:30. So if you move this one to
7, for example,
So,
if you got the ability,
before that.
then you have a 5:30 that's open up.
Yeah, they moved this one specifically had to do with anything at 6.
Yeah, just be the things. So this is at 6:30 or 6? 6, okay. 6, okay, so again, it's a
Yeah,
small
was that-
thing, I was just trying to see if you had any holes in her.
Yeah.
In your sketch.
No.
Alright, hey, great job.
Now you
I
go home.
I.
Now you go
I can
home.
also go like the full appointment. Well, how you want. Yeah, I could do that. If you have I know you have a tablet or a laptop.
You wanna do the new ones and? Yeah, let's do a different color. We did pink for the second wave, but I got different color. Okay,
Oh, think you can have that sort of.
let's do green, baby.
I have a hat for one. Just gonna call me back with the time that's. Cause she's in Florida right now, then come back Sunday. Party on Saturday, so. Yeah. So yeah, that could be, out of the days, but another maybe. Yes, yes. Yeah, just tell me about that.
Yeah, sorry about that. How are you? Good,
Okay.
I'm good. I just have a question.
I would. Next week.
First for us, but we never got it. So I'm wondering what the confusion was on it, if it was the wrong address or I'm not really sure. Good job.
So do we start with Canada? and
Did you,
Mexico too?
It's okay. On a realistic example, if you made 5,000 in the year, you'd probably be able to zero it out pretty easily. Now, if someone makes like $100,000, they pay way more in taxes than someone that makes $5,000, just like you would either way. So here's my advice. My advice is keep any receipts that you spend on for Cutco, or at least if it's on like a statement, that's fine too, like a credit card statement. You can use the app Shoeboxed is a good one that a lot of Cutco reps will use for like keeping track of your gas mileage and stuff like that in between demos. You can save money. I think that's smart. You should save money at every job, I believe. A lot of companies do, like for bigger companies or corporate jobs, they have like, money that will be put into a fund or something like that. We have something, it doesn't build like interest, it's not a 401k or anything like that. But if you ever want to, you can set it up to have a percent of your paycheck withheld into your Cutco account and then put the rest in your bank account. So for example, if you wanted to save 20% and you made $100 in a week, you'd have 80 go into your bank, 20 go into your Cutco withholdings account is what we call it. And you have access to that. It just takes 3 days to get it out. It's just an email. That's about it. So you can set that up anywhere between 5 up to 50%. Dylan has it set up for 50% when he sells Cutco. So if he makes $1,000 in a week, he saves 500 of it. 500 goes in his bank account. It's his money either way. And you don't have to, but I'm just sharing with you. You can. You have the ability to do that if you just kind of like have like a out of sight, out of mind thing. And then you should learn more about taxes because I'm not a CPA. All right, now any questions? It is the right Wi-Fi password. Yeah, Joco is the network and the password is Homemaker8. Makes more sense now if you logged in on the first day, right? And then again, you just need to put your, other than that, your info in. Most of your info should already be in there because you filled it out on the first day. So it should be pretty simple. Let me hit on the sample kit as like the very last thing. So, let's see here. Once this loads. So here's how the sample kit works. Okay, I basically am loaning you $469 worth of Cutco. Okay. And if you ever gonna go more than a week without a sale, you want to check the kit back into the office. Now, what would be a situation where you'd go more than a week without a sale? Yeah, you're like gone. You're out of town, vacation, something like that. Okay. So you just check the kit back to the office. It's not like it's your kit. It's just like, think of it like an expensive library book. So if you're not using library book or reading it, you're gonna return to the library. Okay, if you're not using the kit, return it to the office. It's not yours, but you can always check it back out whenever you want to. Okay. Now, if you don't make a sale in a week, the company assumes you're probably not doing presentations over 7 days if you don't make one order, right? So you'll get an email if you don't make a sale in a week that says this. And it's like basically like, hey, please make sure you contact your office, make sure you're doing Cutco demos and stay in touch with your office. Or if you're, out of town or something's changed, check the kit into the office or whatever. If you go 2 weeks without a sale, it's going to say similar email, but basically like, hey, make sure you go to the office ASAP, check your kit. Okay. If you go 3 weeks without a sale, it charges me like $500. So don't take my kit. Okay. Because it takes away there's a lot of you, and right. So it's expensive for me, and it's also like this is my living, right? So you're like you'd be stealing money essentially from me. So just don't take my kit. If you ever need to check it in, or at the end of the summer, if the job's not for you, or whatever, right? Just always make sure you check the kit in at some point. Okay. You're either gonna check the kit in most likely at some point when you like head back to school or whatever, or you're gonna probably buy it. Now, if you buy it, you can buy it at any time for 120. I don't make anything if you buy it, so I don't really care. I just care that you don't take it. Okay. But it's a good deal. It's like 80% off, right? So my suggestion would probably be make a couple good paychecks and then just get your kit, because then you never have to turn it in. Or get an email and it's yours, you own it and all that, right? Tony bought his on his fifth day. So you don't have to, but again, you can if you want to. That's kind of how the kit works. And you have to be in good communication with the office. So someone can't take the kit and like not speak to a manager for 5 days. We'll be like, WTF, where's what's going on? Give us the kit back. That's pretty much it. Any questions on on the kit at all? It's really simple. Oh, the other thing is, just make sure you return it. Because if you don't, and like the other day, someone called in and we get used as a job reference all the time. And somebody checked in, and they were like using us as a job reference. This isn't me, but this is one of my buddies in another office. And the rep didn't return their sample kit. So it pops up on our end as, kit not returned, stolen. Right. So instead of like, yes, we would recommend this person for a job, that manager had to say, yeah, it actually looks like they have stolen property from this company. So no, I would not recommend them for a job at all. Let us know if you hear from them. You're like blacklisted from getting a job if you use us as a reference. That's also an awful thing. You're going to want us as a reference. In fact, by finishing training, technically today, you can put us on your resume. Completed vector marketing, professional sales and training seminar. That's the start. It'll look better as you do more demos, right? And all that, but you guys get the point? All right, so there's all the not super cool stuff that I wanted to start with. Did everyone finish their email? Anyone not finish their email?
What was
Yeah.
GroupMe, and what was the other app that?
Yep, I'm gonna throw it up there for you. Show me your thing if you need help on it.
Like I had everything filled out, but it's still saying.
Let's see. It's always just like one little small thing, probably. You didn't put the dashes in.
Did that for social school? Oh, wow.
Remember this one?
Oh,
Just don't forget to put the dashes in. And you should be good. Read through it. Go for it. I've probably given like 10, 15 minutes at this point, but if you haven't yet, yes, read through it if you'd like to. Okay. So make sure you finish your rep agreement, download GroupMe if you haven't. We use the GroupMe for like a ton of hot updates. So when you make your first sale, you're gonna get added to the office GroupMe. We'll send you the link and then you get to post your sale. That's all we use the GroupMe for, is hot updates. Okay. If you have a question, don't throw in the GroupMe, just call your coach. So if you're like, what happens with the 3, knife special or something, like just call your coach if you have a question. The GroupMe is just there for hot news. It's really just meant to inspire people. So every sale you make, I don't care if you sell a veggie peeler, an ultimate set, 3 pieces or whatever, you're going to post the sale into the GroupMe. You can either say what you sold, or you can say like the CPO. Most reps just post like the CPO. So like, for example, I'm going to scroll to right here. Ethan said 2 cheese knives, 131 CPO. Benjamin said homemaker plus 8, $13.99 CPO. Ethan said sold a Carver, $129 CPO. I said we're 15 orders away from our goal. Christopher, basic homemaker set, $981 CPO. Spatula spreader, $193 CPO. Ethan, custom set, $637 CPO. Christopher, sold a homemaker plus 8, $1203 CPO. Sold 2 petite chefs, $292 CPO. And Tony, essentials plus 5, $746 CPO. And Tony, homemaker plus 8, $1289 CPO. You guys get the point, right? So we're just
Yeah.
posting hot sales. That's all it is. Okay. And then if you get good recommendations on a demo too, share that with everyone. Hey, just a demo, got 10 recommendations or whatever, right? And if you set time aside and you book like 5 demos, just book 5 demos. Does that make sense, everybody? All right. This is just if you ever want to place the order on the phone, you can. It's the same thing as doing it on the laptop. It's probably a little easier on a laptop, in my opinion. But if you're ever mobile or something like that, like I've sold Cutco at a Bonfire before. Sold an Ultimate actually at a Bonfire. So I like literally put it in on my phone and I was like, that was pretty cool. Okay. All right. One other small thing is in your app, you have something called the Rep Portal now. So basically, I was telling a couple of you about this earlier. I don't know how it works exactly, but there is a way where if someone is like in between a time with you or something like that, you can click on this and give them an option to link with your calendar so they can literally like pick a time in your calendar that you have available in the app. If it's like going to be a callback instead, it's pretty cool. You can also sell Cutco technically to anyone, right? So if they ever go to shop now, it takes them to the site and then they can place their own order even on there. You would only do that with like a weird occurrence. If you're right in front of them, you're going to place it, but they can also do that and it links with your rep number and you can earn commission off of it as well too. What I would like to do is let's do a demo review and then we'll do ultimate and signature sets when we get to that spot. Okay. So if you can go to page 1 and I'm going to go to the slides. Can somebody remind me how to get to the slides?
Front page.
Viewcutco.com. And this time I would like for you to click through the slides with me. So if you have your device, pull it out, click through the slides.
Oh, I did that last one.
Great. We're gonna do it again.
Yes, sir.
Great. We're gonna do it again. Yeah, so like if you have your iPad, laptop, whatever, pull that out.
The sign in for the app, is it our rep number and?
We haven't done it yet. We
Okay.
haven't done it yet. Yep. We do that after we got to get all the rep agreements in there, and then that's when you can set up your direct deposit, all that good stuff. Then you'll get in there. Yep. All right, let me know when you guys are ready. I am ready, but let me know when you are ready. Page 1 and then slide 1. Again, the Wi-Fi is up here if you're doing your laptop for the first time. You guys want to see these specials I got for you? Father's Day specials? Ooh, fancy. You want a sneak peek of one of them?
Yes.
One of them is buy 4, you don't even know this because you haven't seen the gifts and accessories. Buy 4 steak knives, get a free cheese knife. And oh shit. Oh no, sorry. It's buy 2 4-packs of steak knives, get a wine and a wine opener and a cheese knife for free. So we got a bunch of cool stuff like this too. If they buy a outdoor accessory, like a hunting knife or fishing knife or whatever, they can also get a pocket knife for free. 2 outdoor knives, get a pocket knife for free. There's a bunch of deals on sets and there's a barbecue one obviously too. Buy the barbecue set, get a free ice cream scoop. Pretty cool. All right, let me know when you guys are there. Page 1, slide 1. Maybe give me a thumbs up because some of you are like doing it, some of you aren't. Okay, cool. All right, most of you are there. Okay, this is gonna be a review, right? We're not role playing any of this right now. This is just a review for you. Okay. So when you first show up, if you're doing a demo at the customer's house, what are you gonna do? You're gonna park in the what? Street.
Yeah.
0 for 1, bad start, training class. When you show up, you're gonna park where? In the street. Why would you want to park in the street versus the driveway? Yes, in the middle of the demo, the last thing you want to do is have to move your car. Okay. Also, if you don't know them, like if it's not like your parents or like your aunt or uncle, it'd be a little bit weird to like park in their driveway like you own the place. Okay. To park in the street. If it is a family member, like that's fine or whatever, but you just don't want to have any distractions. You don't have to stop in the middle of your demo. Okay. So that'd be the first thing. Okay. I'm going to talk about Zooms a little bit later, or online ones, but the simple part of online ones is when you start the demo, all you're doing is just calling them at the time spot. So if you have a demo at 2 o'clock, you just call them at like 1:58. Okay. Grandma Sally answers the phone. She's like, "How are you?" I'm like, "I'm great. Are you and or what did I say, Grandma? Are you and Grandpa Joe by the computer?" "Yep. Okay, awesome. When you get to the computer, let me know." "All right, great. Here's this link, or here's this site I want you to type in." And then you're gonna take them to either Google Meet or Zoom, which I'll show you. And then you say, "Go ahead and type in this code." "Okay, you got it. Oh, there you are. Okay, I'm gonna hang up the phone now, Grandma. All right, bye." And then you're on Zoom with them or whatever. That's it. And then you share your screen. They're really easy. Okay. All right, so going through it. At the first thing, what's the first thing you want to do on a demo? Build some what? Build some rapport, right? Build some rapport, hang out for a few minutes. Now, if it is your parents and you like literally live at home, you don't need to build rapport and be like, how have you been recently? Right? Unless you haven't talked to them or something, right? So you can kind of just go into it if it's like your parents or something. But if you, most of the people, you probably don't talk to them every single day. So like catch up with them a little bit, right? And if you know them a little bit less, maybe ask them a little bit more about them. Even like some of the family friends, I realized I didn't know what hardly anyone did for work. Like our really good family friend that I told you I've been to their house like a million times, and they had Cutco. I went over there and I was like, "So I don't really, you do like business or what do you do for work?" I like had no idea. 'Cause it's just like, right? So you'll learn a lot like getting to know people, but that's a fun question to ask is that, and just remember people love talking about themselves. They love their name. They love their kids if they have kids and stuff like that too. Okay. All right, now you have a lot of clarity. You're going to share a little bit about you, and then you're going to share why you're working with Cutco. You're going to share your goals. I just started my Fast Start contest. I have 10 days to hit blank. Don't shy away from saying the dollar amount. You have to say the dollar amount because you're in sales. There has to be numbers that you're shooting for that people can put a quantified amount to. That's why you just said my goal is 15 demos this weekend or 6 or whatever it is, right? If you would have just said, "Yeah, I'm just trying to do 1 billion demos sometime soon," it's like you wouldn't have scheduled them in the right spots, right? It's the same thing with your Fast Start goal. Okay. Your first click is right there when you're talking about your goals, and it has the President's Club up, right? 10K, or for you guys, it's 8K actually, right? June through August. So it's 8K to hit your President's Club letter by the end of the summer. I don't care what you do here. My suggestion would be like, get the President's Club letter no matter what you do, no matter how long it takes you. Just get the President's Club letter. Thing's awesome for a resume. It will help you get better jobs and foots in the door. Then you have the scholarship thing as well too. Top 50 reps in the country can earn scholarships. Okay, we're at the bottom of page 1. Go ahead and click. Any questions on page 1? Cool. We're on page 2 then. What do you have at the top of page 2 written down?
Please grab
Yep. So basically they get up, grab all that stuff, and then they come back with all their stuff, and then they just set it down in front of them. Okay. Then you're going to go through page 1, right? And that's the company page where you're talking about how long Cutco's been around, American made, all the charities, and then you're clicking to the Super Shears, and it introduces the Super Shears, and then you play the video. Now the Super Shears, the first video is the longest video that you have out of all of them. It's 1:40. Okay. So you'll have plenty of time to talk to the customer during the video, okay? What I usually do is just narrate the video. So at the beginning, what can you be doing right now on an in-person demo? Cutting a penny. So you can literally cut a penny for them. If you are like super unconfident with cutting a penny, then just don't cut a penny, right? If you're good, cut a penny. It'll get easier as you go though. And then I would say like, hey, but they're cutting some gauze right here as well too, which is like super soft, but that's why shears are great because they have gripping on them. Do you guys ever do these hard packages and stuff? So that's all you're doing when the video is playing is you're just narrating it, or you can just like talk to them, right? You said Jimmy's in 3rd grade, or hey, what do you think you'd use the shears on, right? It's very like casual. You want your demo to feel like a conversation. You'll get a little bit less stiff as you get to do more, right? Then you're gonna play the peeler video, which is a really quick one, right? And this lady just demolishes this peeler, right? And then we say, let me show you where we got the idea for Cutco. So go ahead and click past the videos. Meet me on slide 6 at the top of page 3 in the manual. And then this is just the junk knives page. Let me see your junk knife face. All right, good. You guys look nasty. That's great. Okay. When you talk about the junk knives or the gross face, when you're talking about the wooden handles, right? And a lot of times, again, they're going to be sitting out in front of you. Okay. Even on a Zoom, I want them to pull their stuff out because they're looking at it more than anything. I don't really care what you look at. It's more they're looking at it. But now you also have some knowledge because you know like what maybe they have in terms of like value, right? So if they have 2 guy Henkels, what do you automatically know? Probably spend a couple $1,000 on their set. If they have Chicago, yeah, spend $300-400, right? If they have something you've never heard of, it's probably junk. But there's actually knives that have no brand on them. Those are not good ones, right? But you have a little bit more knowledge that way too, which is kind of fun. Any questions on page 3? There's only 1 click, so, right? And you're just reading facts on page 3, okay? And then again, you don't need to read the boxes because it says don't read. You don't need to read these boxes at the end, okay? You just say, let me show you how Cutco has solved all these problems. Click, then we're on page 4 in the manual, slide 7 at the top. We're going through all the features and benefits, universal wedge lock handle, right? Thermo resin handle, full tang nickel silver rivets, 440A high grade steel. And then your next click is when you click to the double D edge and you do the rope cutting test, right? So how do you do the rope cutting test? They do their serrated knife first, the jagged one. Then they do their straight edge knife, and then you do the Cutco knife, or well, they do the Cutco knife, sorry, right? And you want to get up, like you kind of just got to tell them how to do it, right? So I always tell people, hey, try to do like this and just pull through and go back and forth using the full length of the blade, right? Because then if they do that with their knife, they're going to do it with Cutco, right? And if they actually try to push down, most people can get it in like 1 try. Maybe it's 2, right? And then if you want to play the video on an in-person demo again, you also can, but they're just doing the same thing that you did as well too on the in-person. Okay. Certainly on a Zoom one, you want to play the video. Okay. Then after you finish the rope cutting, you're gonna zoom in and they're looking at the double D edge as you're talking about why Cutco works so much better, that it stays sharp for up to 10 years, right? Yada yada yada. Any questions on page 4? Okay, so again, what are we doing as we're reading the script? We're just building what? Value, we're building value. Then you click, then we're on the forever guarantee. We talk about the best part is the 4-part forever guarantee. Cutco's one of the only products you can buy once, use it every, never have to replace. And then you hit on the 4 parts, right? Forever performance. If anything ever breaks, they can fix or replace it for free. If they ever need it sharpened, they can get it sharpened for free. The unconventional use one as well too. And then they have 15 business days to try it out, make sure they love it before they decide to keep it. So it's really like kind of having 3 weeks to try out Cutco. Okay. And then you get to play the video where they're like, we love our Cutco. Remember that one? Okay. So you play that video, and then there's just like the mic drop one, which is, and you can't beat American made and forever guaranteed. This is just if they ever need to send something back to like get it sharpened, if they already have Cutco or something like that. So you don't need to read the stuff at the bottom. Okay. And if you guys want, you can turn on that fan too. I don't know how you feel, but yep. Question? I'm saying if you're on a demo and they like already have Cutco, but they want to get some stuff sharpened, you can show them how to sharpen it by going here. They just go to cutco.com, click on like sharpening, they pick the piece they have, and then they put it in a box and send it. That's all that part means. Is that what you're asking? Okay, then we're on page 6, names and uses. Okay, top page 6. All right, now we did this yesterday, so I'm not going to play all of these videos, but I would like for you all to take a second, click through them. Okay, you don't need to watch every video if you want to watch them for a couple seconds, but I just want you to get through clicking through all of those slides, through all of the pieces in the homemaker set, and then meet me on slide 22. 23. Meet me on 23. When you get to 23, just say 23. It's just the bottom click if you're, is that what you're trying to do? Or maybe it's the second one. Cool. Let me know when you're at 23. Say 23.
23. 23.
Yay. Okay, so we're at the, if you're on 23, we're at the bottom of page 7 when they're looking at all of the storage options, the cutting board, the kitchen tools, entertainer pack, right? The trays. And then our next click takes you to the entertainer pack at the bottom of page 7. And then you're going to play the entertainer pack video where it goes through the peeler and then the ice cream scoop, the pizza cutter, cheese knife, and then the super shears. Here's one of the favorites again. It's one of the most popular items. And then you're going to click to page 8. And then we're on the summary, page 8. So at the top of the page 8, it says, let me review why so many people choose to invest in Cutco, right? And you run through the top part, the $60 a month, that's just saying if a family went out to eat, which I'm not sure where you can go to eat. It's only $60 a month. But if they only spent 60 going out to eat one less time per month, it would be 720 that year. Over 25 years, you'd save 18,000. And then the next part is, this is why so many customers choose sets. And all it's talking about is what? Sets. It says the word set like 10 times in that little page or paragraph or whatever, because sets have the right tool for the right job. They have a built-in discount, they have free stuff, and they're safer. And all the sets you can split up monthly if you want to as well too. And then when you click, that's when you're right here, when it says I have a price comparison for our top competitors, Wusthof and Shun. Have you ever heard of them before? Okay. And then you're going through, again, they're looking at this, at the prices and stuff as you're doing the demo, right? And they can see the differences between, right, Wusthof and Cutco, right? Some of the main differences, the edge, the handle, and then the guarantee as well too. Okay. And then it says when something offers twice the quality and value and lasts forever, you'd expect it to be at least twice the price. At twice the price, you're talking over $4,000 for a set of Cutco. And then you just want to not say anything. You want to flip and go to page 9 and then keep going. Any questions on page 8? Cool. And then you're on the homemaker set, right? So it's perfect for families go 2 to 3 times a week, 10 basic tools. We also have a homemaker without table knives. Looks like that. If you were considering a set of Cutco, would you prefer the set with the table knives? And I would just do like a little head nod, right? Again, if you say it like, would you prefer the set with the table knives? Then they're probably going to say no. So would you prefer the set with the table knives? Because they just cut the leather with the table knife and probably a grape or whatever also. They're going to love the table knives, okay? And then you go through, it doesn't cost $4,000. It's not even as much as the Wusthof price. The homemaker is only $1,664, right? Which is only $369 a month. It includes tax. Now, if I'm on an in-person demo, what do I want to do? Yeah, write it down, right? So I want to have 1664, an arrow over to, what is it, 369? As you circle that one so they can see the visual, right? If you're on a Zoom, what do you want to do? Ask them, hey, can you jot down 1664, 369, right? Okay, let's say that I'm gonna ask you guys for the order and you're gonna say yes, okay? So, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you, would you like to try out the Homemaker set today and get your free super shears? Congratulations. You're gonna love your Cutco. Before I write that up, let me show you the two sets that come with the steak knives. And then you click to the signature. This one is our signature set. And then I click. And this one is our ultimate set. And then when you click again, click the video, and you let the video play. And then at the end of the video is when you ask them, oh no. Which one has the tools that you like the most? And then they're gonna pick one, and then you can share the price and stuff with them, okay? So this is where I'm gonna introduce the ultimate and the signature set. So in those boxes, here are the prices. The top left, the signature with steak knives is $28.37 or $6.28 a month. So again, you just want to write this into the manual. Does everybody have a pen?
Maybe
I do. I have two right here. Would you pass this back? Do you need, maybe do you need a pen? Oh, she has one. Never mind.
the bigger sets have an option for no steak repayments.
Nope. I mean, like they could get it without it, just be there'd be, 10 or 12 open slots. It'd be kind of weird. Yeah, again, like 5% of people are gonna want the table knives on the smaller sets even. Okay, so $28.37 or $6.28 a month. The signature with table is $24.89 or $5.51 a month. The ultimate with steak knives in the top right is $28.23 or $8.45 a month. What did I say? Sorry, whatever. Just write what's up there. And then $34.12 and $7.55. And then next to them, where it says this $4.50 free, you can just write like that next to the box where it says $4.50. So you can really give like about $450 worth of free stuff with the signature. And then next to the ultimate, you can just write like 600 because you can give about $600 for free with the ultimate.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's on the screen. Yeah.
Those numbers on the side, that's just like the amount of free stuff they can get.
Yep, like the dollar amount, the 600, the ultimate. Yep. So, all right, now you know like a little bit about them. Here's the cool thing about the big sets. You don't really need to know much about them when you're new to sell them because there's a video and you can call for questions. Right. All you really need to know is what's in the manual that you kind of read, and then you just got to show it. Because if you don't show it, then they're obviously not going to buy it because they don't know it exists, right? So let me tell you who buys. I have 6 types of people that buy the big sets, the ultimate set, okay? And you can jot them down if you'd like to in your notes, but the first one is like someone that loves to cook. They'll buy the ultimate set because they love to cook, right? Spending $3,000 or whatever on a set of knives that they're going to use every day, that's the best in the world, no big deal. Just like if you know someone that loves to like work out and they buy like a Peloton or a treadmill for a couple $1,000, like, or a really nice gym membership, like it's a great investment for them. Or if you know someone that likes to, do ATVs and they spend $3,000 or $5,000 or jet skis or, whatever their kind of niche is, right? Or they might spend $4,000 on golf clubs, even though you could buy them for $500, right? So if somebody loves to cook, this is they're like drooling. This is amazing to them. If someone doesn't love to cook though, this looks huge to them, right? Which is why we don't start with it, okay? Second thing, is someone that loves to entertain. So they have a nice backyard. Maybe they have people over all the time, right? Maybe they have a pool or a grill in the backyard or a finished basement or a nice kitchen or something like that, right? Think about who brings people over all the time, likes to entertain. They'll get the biggest set because it looks awesome. The third one is a large family, right? If someone has like, 4 or 5, plus kids, it's like you're gonna be really stretched thin with the homemaker set, even because you need something bigger. My family, I'll say like for most of my first few years at Cutco, we had the signature set that they'd upgraded to. When I had like both my sisters living at home and I was like off at school or working or whatever in St. Louis. And every time I came home, there's 10 table knives, right? In the signature or steak knives. There was like 3 in the block every time. Why? Because like some of them were dirty, some of them were in the dishwasher, they weren't pulled out and put back in or whatever. So it's like, yeah, I mean, if somebody has a big family, they need something that's bigger. Okay. Next one would be someone that likes to have the best of everything. Number 4, that would be like your wealthier customers, right? Like they're gonna buy it just out of the sheer principle of, oh, that's number 1, it's the best. I want it. Right? Maybe they live in a nice neighborhood or drive a luxury car or have a high paying job or whatever. Okay. Number 5 would be the person that loves free stuff. Anybody know somebody like that? That loves to shop all the time. You ever hear the saying of the mom coming home and the husband's like, "Oh, how was today?" And she's like, "Oh my gosh, it was amazing. I got all the good stuff." And he's like, "Oh, how much did you spend?" And she's like, "Oh, I saved $600. It's crazy. Blowout sales." He's like, "I'll see you later." He's like, "Well, how much did you spend?" No, I said I saved 600. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Right? That person buys the biggest set because you get the best bang for your buck. It's like shopping at Costco or everything's bundled. It's like buying 30 cans of yogurt. You don't need that. But like if it's 20 cents cheaper per, thing, it's like, let's do it. And then the last one is you just got lucky. It was just right place, right time, and sometimes that happens. We had a rep a couple years ago. Her name was Izzy. She sold a Cutco kitchen her first demo. So that's an ultimate set of knives, a full set of cookware, and a full set of flatware. Is like between a $5,000 and $6,000 CPO order. Her first demo. So she made like almost $1,000 on her first demo. How did that happen? Her uncle was like redoing their house and like threw away all their other stuff, and they were like redoing the kitchen and all that. And then he's like, "This is American made, and I don't ever have to buy knives ever again," and whatever. He's like, "Let's just knock it out. We're already spending, tens of thousands. What's a couple more grand?" And she's like, "Okay." And then she called and she was like, "Oh, I think he wants to buy all this stuff." And she was freaking out. We're like, "Just relax. It's fine." Right. And he probably put it on a 5 pay and it was probably $1,000. Okay. So sometimes you get lucky. Once in a while, you'll run into someone that's like, "Oh my gosh, I was actually looking for knives. That's crazy." Like I said, once in a while. Okay. So in the demo, again, the demo is built to sell the homemaker set. Okay. When they say yes, you're going to show them the signature and the ultimate set. Okay. If they say no, you're just going to go to the galley set. You're just going to skip past the big ones because that wouldn't make sense to show them if they didn't want the homemaker. Okay. Again, the signature has 10 staker table, and then the ultimate has 12 staker table. I would say most people that get the bigger set usually get the steak knives because they're unique with the set. You can't fit them in any of the other sets. Any questions on the ultimate or signature? Anybody have somebody that likes to cook or fit maybe one of those 6 things a little fired up about? Yeah, it's an awesome feeling. By the way, money aside, right? It feels so good to just go right out of the gates. Like we had a guy, Isaac, that I told you about. He sold an ultimate on his first demo, and then his second demo was a homemaker. So he was already at like after free stuff, probably like $4,000 or something like that after his first 2 demos. That's pretty cool, right? It's a huge confidence boost. I mean, if you sell an ultimate set, you're already at over 3,000. You hit your first and second promotion, just like that, right? Or a signature set, right? Just it's a even quicker booster, right? The 5 pays, just keep in mind, like if someone's gonna spend the money on something, if it lasts forever, it's it's a good deal. This is like I think the average car payment for a new car right now in America, like a average car, is like $600 a month. So it's like an extra car payment, right? I drive a BMW that Cutco hooks it up for, and my monthly is more than that. Right? So it's like, it's just it's another thing, it's another expense that people have. Okay. So you can be surprised mentally that someone buys it, but don't be trying to not to be surprised out loud. Remember when I sold my first homemaker and I was like, oh, congratulations, right? Like, just it's gonna happen at some point, and just don't be too surprised out loud. Because if you're surprised, what's the customer gonna think? Oh, wait, maybe I shouldn't. That's kind of weird. Why did they, right? Okay, good on this. All right, let me go back to the slides. And then let's walk down. All right, we're gonna pretend in this one that they say no, just so we can walk through the rest. Oh no, God. Okay, so go ahead and flip to the galley on page 10. Okay, if they say no to the homemaker set, right, what would we do? We would just drop down, right? If they said no to the homemaker set, Dylan, can you get a picture of this so I can erase this off the board? So you start with the homemaker +8 set, right? And then you've got the knee-jerk reaction. Why do we do the knee-jerk reaction again? Good. Why do we do the knee-jerk reaction again? Glad we're practicing this. So we do the knee-jerk so that you can get info, right? Imagine a demo where the rep starts at the homemaker +8, and then the customer's like, no, and they're like, okay. And they just go to the galley. And then if they say no to the galley, they're like, okay. And they go to the starter sets. Is that helping anyone? No, right? So your job is not to be pushy. Like you want people to get whatever they want to get. I'm going to talk about this later. But all I'm sharing with you is that you want to do the knee jerk. We sell about half the homemakers on the knee jerk reaction because it gives them a chance to reconsider on the 5-pay, right? Which is the investment options. And then what it gives you is it gives you info. Like I want to know if it's too much money. I want to know if it's too many pieces, right? Or something like that. Because maybe there's something that we can do for them, on a special, or you could call in for a deal or whatever, right? I also want to know if they say, oh, I would never use, maybe they say the butcher knife and I don't think I'd ever use the carver. What am I thinking in my head? I'm like, oh, wow, they're going to love the galley. And I would say, hey, no worries. Let me show you the next set. It's called the galley +6, right? And then you go through the galley pieces on here. And then it matches up with like literally everything they were just looking for. And then sometimes it's an easy yes on the galley, right? With your people that kind of, take on the first pitch customers, right? Okay, so we go through the galley. That's on slide 32. There's only one click for it, right? You're gonna get the accessories here in a second, but if you want to write down where it says slide blank, you guys see that? After it says if yes, you say congratulations, you're gonna love your Cutco. Enter that in. Let's look at accessories. The accessories start on slide 36. Just want to make sure. 36. So you can jot down right here. 36. 36. Your neighbor probably could help you. Because let's say you sell a galley set, right? Here's what you would not want to do. You wouldn't want to go, oh, great, let me show you the gifts and accessories. Okay, here we are. Because what could happen? Yeah, they saw all the small stuff. We had a rep last summer that sold a signature set, super fired up. I was like, nice job, let me know afterwards or whatever. They clicked through all of the smaller things, and the customer was like, wait, slow down. What was that one? And they're like, well, I didn't realize you had these small ones. Maybe we should just try this one. Yeah, let's do that. And then they end up selling an essentials +5 instead. So when you make a sale on a set, what you want to use, everybody practice this, use this bar where you can scroll it, okay, and go to 36. You with me?
Yep.
Everybody understand that? Okay, good, good. These are simple things, but that's why we're doing a walkthrough, okay? All right. Now, galley, let's say they say no, you can offer a different free thing or do the trial option if they're on the fence, just depending on what their thing is or their knee jerk is, right? I'm over here. Yeah, depending on what their knee jerk is, then you would go to the starter sets if they're a no on the galley +6 set. You'd show them all the starter sets, right? They're gonna pick what their favorite one starter set, and then you offer them the price. You say the 5 pay first on this one, and then you do the info after that. So I'm gonna put somebody on the spot who wants to be my guinea pig. All right, Aiden. I want you to start with, instead of paying $16.64 for the homemaker set, and the starter set that I picked is the basic studio. Okay. Can you do that?
Yep.
Hit us.
Instead of paying $16.64 for 100%, that set is only.
Yes, basic studio is my set.
Oh, the base, okay.
Mhm.
That set is only 156 per month for 5 months, which includes tax or paid in full, 36.91. Is that something you could be interested in getting for that?
Can I have any free stuff? You just missed one line, that's all.
Yeah.
Right under the buy now bonus, you see where it says if you get this.
Super shit.
Go for it, hit it. No, you're not, you're okay. Can somebody show them?
If you get this set today, you can solve the super. Here's or 2 gadgets. Is that something you'd be interested in today?
Nice. Yes.
Congratulations, you're going to love Petco. While into that, let's look at accessories on slide 36.
Good job, Aiden. Also, you don't need to say 36 to them, but just so you know, right? Okay, everyone with me? So let's say you sell a starter set, right? And then here's all the pieces, which you're gonna skip over the pieces if they get a starter set as well too. So even if you sell a starter set, I personally, because they could be a ninja, you don't know. I personally would just go to 36. Okay. We're gonna do the gifts and accessories next. Any questions on any of that so far? Demo review. All right. Slide 13 has some extra gifts and accessories stuff for you. Okay. Said some extra gifts and accessories stuff for you. Now, the gifts and accessories is not like word for word like most of the manual has been. Okay, so I'm just going to show you kind of how to do it on a demo. But what I want you to know is there are some bigger things that you'll have in here, but I'll show you kind of how it goes. Okay, so the gifts and accessories starts with the cookware. Okay, now Cutco did start as a cookware company way back in the day. So we're actually really known. Well, we're known for the knives a lot now, but like we have the best cookware on the planet too. Okay. There are other brands, like you can see this on page 13, that down at the bottom where it says they're about 60% of the price. There's other brands that use similar cookware to Cutco that sell like the same type of stuff, but Cutco's is guaranteed forever and it's also made in America. It's a huge difference. Okay. So what you're going to do on gifts and accessories is say, Mrs. Jones, we have cookware. Are you in the market for cookware or would you like me to show you this? If they say, sure, you're going to click this and then play the video. If they say, no, 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 then just, you're going to click past and skip the cookware. Does that make sense? For now, I'm going to let you watch the cookware video though. It's pretty cool.
Hi, I'm Derek Fidel, Cutco sales professional, here to give you a brief introduction and the features and benefits of Cutco cookware. To talk a little bit about the materials used in Cutco cookware, we actually use a 430 magnetic steel surrounding the pan. This will make it so it's induction stove capable too. On the inside, we've got 304 surgical grade stainless steel, which is very durable, very easy to clean, and of course, is dishwasher safe too. Now, although it is dishwasher safe, we do recommend washing it by hand. On the inside layer, we actually have 3 layers of aluminum. So even the lid has the same construction. So your food will cook from the top down, the sides in, and the bottom up. So it's basically like a mini oven cooking your food. We're cooking it from all sides, so you're not going to have any cold spots on your pan. Cutco cookware actually conducts heat so well. It's stackable cookware, so you can do multiple layers of cooking on just one burner. Now, the cool thing with Cutco cookware is it's actually low moisture or waterless cookware. So to reference other cookware, let's say we're boiling broccoli. A lot of times we just do it fully immersed in water, and by the end of it, all the water is drained, which unfortunately, that's about 80% of the nutrients in the broccoli. It's a lot of the flavor too. Now, with Cutco cookware, the cool thing is all we need is a little bit of water. So here, if we just put a little bit of water in the pan, and then we're going to splash it around to get the whole thing coated on the inside. And we're going to spin the lid, and you guys can see that the lid is spinning very freely, okay? Almost frictionless. And what that is going to do is that's going to tell us that a vapor seal has formed. Now I'm yanking on the lid here just to show you that it's got the suction there. And that suction is going to trap all of the flavor and all of the water and all the nutrients right inside the pan. Now, like I was mentioning earlier, we've got the 5-ply construction, so the lid is going to be nearly as hot as the bottom in just a couple minutes of being on the stove. So we're cooking food evenly from all sides. Kind of like the same concept of boiling, but without the water, because the water is extracting all the nutrients. So our food is going to keep all the nutrients and all the flavor right inside. Like all Cutco products, Cutco cookware is backed by the Forever Guarantee, so it's fixed or replaced for free forever. Not just your lifetime, but this is a legacy cookware set you'll be able to pass down from generation to generation.
Cool. Any questions on the cookware? All right, let me give you the prices to jot down at the top here of page 13. Again, we're on slide 36. There's a little bot thing right there if you ever forget, but I think it's pretty easy. Okay, so the accomplished one, the first one that I showed you, that one, the biggest one is $33.26 in full. $33.26. The middle one, that's called the dedicated one, looks like this. This one's $24.55. $24.55, and then the aspiring is $15.74. $15.74. Okay. So again, it's one of those things where you kind of just have to show it and then just call us if you have any questions. Really, most offices don't teach the reps the cookware until they hit 10,000 in sales. Because they think it's like too much, you know, or whatever. But we're like, let's show them. Why not, right? So we're not gonna go in depth with cookware, but just play the video if they're like, yeah, sure, show me it, and call us if you need anything. Okay. Cookware is awesome though. I have it at home too. I also have an ultimate set too, if that's not obvious. And then we have flatware too. Okay. Now you guys used one of these pieces yesterday, right? You did this with the grapes. So you have like this. I'll show you a fork and a spoon later. It's in the other room. Might be dirty, I don't know. But we have flatware chest, okay? And this thing comes with 12 place settings. So it's for like 12 people at the table. Okay, and you get 5 pieces per place setting. So there's 2 forks, 2 spoons, 1 knife, like that, with the double the edge. Okay. Remember, people could get those instead of these ones if they wanted to customize their homemaker, called a Crow Maker. It's just a little bit pricier. Okay. But let me give you the flatware price. That is right here under Cutco flatware. Okay, in the box. The normal price, you guys are gonna freak out of this. The normal price, it's because it's so discounted, is $27.36. So if you were to buy this individually, it's $27.36. Sale price is $18.33. So $27.36 is the normal price. Sale price is $18.33. The savings is $903. $903. The 5 pay is $407. And then right above that, where it says free stuff, you could also give an additional $300 worth of free stuff. 300. 1833. So it's awesome, and it's really discounted right now. So pretty cool. I also have this at home too. It's awesome. It's like the fancy stuff that you like people would normally have just on the holidays, you know, except for Cutco is dishwasher safe, so they can use it every day. That's really all you need to know. It's like it's dishwasher safe. You can use it every day. Plus ours never goes out of style. So if you lose a piece, you can replace one piece. It's really simple. Okay. Any questions on the flatware? Again, on a demo, you just got to show it to them. Any interest in me showing you the flatware? Great. If it is, if they say sure, you just say, yep, it's forever guaranteed. American made, is an 1810 stainless steel, da 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 da. And then here's the prices. Nope, don't call. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yep, just call them back on a break. I know it's tempting, but I don't want you to miss stuff. Okay, so you have table knife sets and you have steak knife sets that people can get individually as well too. They can even put them into a block, or they can put them into a tray or a gift set. Okay, they can get like 4, 6, 8, whatever it is. Okay, so you can show them table knife sets. I love reminding people that they can get gifts and accessories for birthdays, weddings, anniversaries. So sometimes they'll grab a 4-pack of table knives for a wedding. That's what a really common one I've given for gifts too. Then we have all the gadgets. Okay, so you guys have already seen the peeler, the pizza cutter, the cheese knife, and the ice cream scoop. We also have a wine opener, and there's a can opener as well too. Again, they could buy an individual, like, I don't know, ice cream scoop if they don't buy any knives. It doesn't mean you're not going to show the accessories. You always show them because you just never know. They can add an extra piece or a couple pieces. Or I've had demos before where I didn't sell any knives, but I'm like going through the accessories and they're like, oh, I didn't realize I could buy those individually. And they buy like an entertainer pack, and I'm like, hey, $200 order is a $200 order, you know? Okay, so here's the can opener. This thing's pretty cool. This actually holds. Cool. This actually holds magnet right here. It also looks like a whale smiling at you. Okay, but it's got a magnet on it. So you know when you normally go around the can and it like the top sinks in there and you have to like dig it out with a fork or a knife or whatever. You don't now. You just pull the top off like that. It's pretty sweet. I don't know if this is too thin to hold. It might be too thin. Let me do a knife. Do this fat knife right here. See if it holds. Pretty crazy.
That butcher might say it was a pound.
The cleaver.
Wow. That's crazy. You're strong.
Pretty sweet. There's the can opener. Personal, one of my favorites. And you just want to show them, right? Thanks. And then you've got all the outdoor, like the sporting knives and stuff too. Again, you just want to show them. Now you're gonna have specials. So make sure this weekend you show them some of the specials that you have available for the customers for their some of the gifts and accessories. I'm gonna show you a couple other ones. So this one is the fisherman solution. Maybe like to fish or know somebody likes to fish. This one's pretty cool. My dad loves this one. So this comes in its own sheath, comes out like this. The blade will extend if you want it to from 6 by pulling this out to 9 inches. And it can lock into place. And it can pull the whole thing out to like flush the handle. Locks back in. And then this is also pliers for the fish, is like for like the mouth, right? To grip. And then on the back. This is good for sharpening hooks, not the blade, but hooks. Okay. And then when you put it back into the sheath, this is also a fishing line cutter too, which is pretty sweet. So I'll pass this around. And the fisherman solution, if they like it, it's honestly, it's probably underpriced. I think it's only like $120, something like that. And a really good fishing knife in store is probably 250, 350. Same thing with our hunting knife. It's more than that. This is like maybe 220, but a really good one in stores that people use are like $300-400. Unless they get the cheapos or whatever. This will go through like a dozen deer before it needs sharpened the first time if they have the one with the double D edge. Which I don't hunt, but that's like a lot, I guess. You have to sharpen it like multiple times per animal usually. So this is really awesome. They can get it with the straight edge also if they prefer. But I'll pass this one around. It's really sharp again. Just be careful. Okay, so you got all the outdoor knives. There's 4 hunting knives. There's a hunting knife, drop point, clip point, and gut hook. There's also 2 K-bars that you can sell with the Forever Guarantee. It's the K-bar Outdoorsman and then the K-bar Explorer. So make sure if they like outdoor stuff or they're in the military or police or something like that, you always show them that, of course. And then there's a pocket knife that you can buy, that one, or a lock blade knife. And then there's a golf mate too. And you can also engrave stuff, like any piece of Cutco that has a blade on it, you can pretty much engrave it. It's really cheap too. It's like I think $9 or something like that. So this one right here, it literally says Bill on it. Right, so you can engrave their name. I have a knife that said like my mom's nickname on it or something like that for her birthday one year, right? So it's really cool. You can do stuff like that. You can do buy 3 get 1 frees on pretty much anything too. So like I had this other guy that wanted a bunch of hunting knives for his buddies, so he bought 4, I gave him 1 for free. Or he bought 3, I gave him 1 for free. We have garden tools too. These are awesome. If they like to garden, these are super cool. They withhold like 300 pounds worth of pressure. I'm gonna stand on this in a second. Put it this way. They're really cool. And they can get like this little bag deal that comes with it. You can also get it for free for like with a homemaker set or something like that too. Okay. So the garden tools are great. If they love to garden, people replace garden tools all the time, like almost every year. They get replaced probably more than knives do. Because they like rust and fall apart. These are Forever Guaranteed. Then you've also got the barbecue set, which I don't have those in here, but I have them at home. They're really cool. They're like 20+ inches long, so they don't burn your arm hairs. We also have, so that's the barbecue set. There's 6 different styles of paring knives. They could add a cutlery care set, which is the cutting board and the straight edge sharpener. There's 2 other cheese knives. There's a mini one and a Santoku one. The cheapest thing you can sell that's $6 is called a shears holster. It's a little piece of plastic that like you could attach on the side of the set for like a smaller set that doesn't have the shears in it. And it like sticks with them. So it's like they're with the block. Right. Be a weird individual order if they didn't have Cutco, but it's technically a sale. $6. And then we have a bake and serve set. So if you know somebody likes baking, this is the turn and serve. Or maybe no, that's the slice and serve one. So you can literally cut it like a pie, right? And then you can serve it with the same one. And then this is a kitchen tool. I realized I didn't pass the kitchen tool out yet. It's just a display piece, but okay. And then there's a like ton of different gift sets and combos and stuff people can do for like friends, family, birthdays, weddings, anniversaries. They can buy themselves a gift set, whatever. Okay. And then last couple things is the wellness mat that I've been standing on every day. So we partner with this company called Wellness Mats. They are not Cutco made. It's one of the only products you can sell that's not made like Cutco. But we partnered with them. They're made in Sullivan, Missouri, and they have a 20-year warranty on them. They're really great. So people that cook, in the kitchen, right, they can put it in front of their like counter, sink, stove, whatever. Okay. There is a spot for wellness mats on here. So I'm going to give you 2 prices. And I'll put it on the board too, because some of you are passing around knives and stuff. It's $170 for the small one and $340 for the big one. So $170, $340. They vary a couple bucks depending on like the design. If you get like this fancy design versus like the standard one, it's like a couple bucks more or something like that. But they're great. There's also a video too, if you want to show them the wellness mats. And then the very last thing is business gifts. Business gifts. Okay. So the very last thing says, for work, do you give gifts to clients or team members? And then check this video out.
Hi, thanks for your interest in giving Cutco as a gift for your business this year. Most businesses give some sort of gift to their clients or employees throughout the year or at the end of the year. Oftentimes it's a gift card, gift basket, bottle of wine. And while most people appreciate these gifts, the problem is that they're consumed and gone right away and there's nothing left to remind them of you. Now, what we do is we take the Cutco product. Now, if you're not familiar with Cutco, we're the #1 selling knife in the world. All of our knives are American made and guaranteed forever. What we do is we engrave Cutco with your logo, name, phone number. You can even personalize it with your client's name or a message to your client right on the product itself. Now, as you probably know, most people don't have any good knives. So the 1 or 2 pieces that you give them will be their favorite pieces that the whole family will appreciate every single day. On top of that, they're in the kitchen where they will naturally spark conversations with friends and family about your services for the next 10, 20, 30 years down the road. Lastly, when they're engraved with your logo, they may be 100% tax deductible as advertising. So if you're looking for a unique, high quality, lasting gift for your business this year, reach out to the representative that sent you this video. Thanks for your time.
And then you can always call us at that point. There's a couple questions at the bottom that you can ask them, like how many people do you generally give a gift to? How much do you usually spend on each person? And can I show you some options that could fit you this year? So business gifts are awesome. It doesn't have to be like this guy, Rob Robincheck, every July, he places a corporate gift for a business that is like $100,000 order every July. So he makes 50 grand on an order. Right now, took him months to like get to that order, right? But now it's residual for him, which is cool. You might have someone that wants to buy 7 shears for their, small business or whatever, and give them a gift, or a bunch of spatula spreaders. Like Lexi on our team, right after her fast start, she had a $4,000 business gift just to one of her dad's buddies that runs a small business, right? So, but it's cool. They can engrave it and do their clients' names or their company names, stuff like that on it. Any questions on gifts and accessories?
How do you get the sword?
Not for sale for Cutco. That's you can get a sword if you get a promotion to a district manager and then open an office and then do 750,000 for a year. All right, that is the last. So that's the last click until the what's it called, recommendations. Okay. So when you finish a demo, you always, whether they buy a big set or a couple pieces or whatever, you always go through the gifts and accessories. And even if they don't get anything, that's called a no sale, right? And then you still do recommendations, because sometimes you can have a no sale, but you can get like 15 or 10 recommendations or 6 or whatever, right? And it can still feel like a good win. Okay. Now recommendations would be the next thing I would go through. Do you guys want to rip through recommendations quick and then take a break, or do you want to take a break now? Are we dying? What do you think? Keep going. Okay, let's keep going. It's a quick-ish section, but we'll have some role play in it. So if you need to take a break during the role play, you could always go to the bathroom or take a break or whatever. Is that cool? Okay, so go to page 14. It's literally the next page. So on 14, at the top, my biggest advice is memorize. I actually wrote on my manual, memorize. Okay. So you want to memorize recommendations as fast as you possibly can. This first part, these first 7 bullet points can make you so much money over time. Okay, so why does somebody give or get recommendations? There's a couple reasons. Any thoughts? You said they're nice? Yeah, it doesn't cost anyone anything. That's true, right? So it's usually that they like the representative, right? And they like the product and they're comfortable with the process. So here's what we already know. We already know they like you. I know that they're gonna like you. And we already know that they like the product at that point, right? And so you just really have to make them feel comfortable with how recommendations go. Okay. I'm going to give you an example and then we'll we'll get into the manual, then I'll give you some examples. So here's basically the ask. Okay, we're just going to do step 1 right now. It says, Mrs. Jones, how did you like my demo? Good. Great. There's one more very important part. Here's where you can really help me out with my goals. I get paid every time I show Cutco, but I can only show Cutco to people I've been personally recommended to. So what I'd love for you to do is go ahead and grab your phone and access your contacts. And then just let me jot down the first 200 to 300 names and numbers. Just kidding. Just 10 to 15 would be amazing. I'm not necessarily looking for people who you think would buy, just nice people like you who are willing to take a look. I have a pen and paper, so we can start with the names and then go back and get the numbers. So who is the first person you can think of? Okay. Now, when you're doing recommendations, I would just do a notebook. And I would do the same notebook so that you can be really consistent with where you're getting recommendations and where you're putting recommendations. Now, eventually you'll add them into the app, but for now, just get them on paper. Okay. I always just did name, number, and then area, which I think that helps because, you know, you kind of want to know where they're at, right? Do they live in Lee's Summit? Do they live in Overland Park? Are they in Belton? Or do they live in Gladstone, right? So you don't want to like be bouncing all around, right? Or obviously if they're out of the area, you want to know because ahead of time, I'm going to schedule them for a Zoom and I'm reading the different script, right? And then the time, actually, I don't really care about the time. The time doesn't really matter too much to me. But those are kind of the things. Where they live, what's the phone number, and then what's their name. Okay. Now, these are my recommendations from when I was a rep. Yeah. So what I would suggest, this is just beat, right? But hey, that was 2012. I got 4 on my first one. I did them all on one page when I was new. Don't do that. My manager saw that and he was like, that looks awful. Just do every person separately. And I was like, okay. So everything says name, number, area, right? And then I got 4 from Stephanie Edson. This was my neighbor Dana Miller that didn't buy. She gave me 15. This is my grandparents. They gave me 9. This is the Renchlers family friend. They gave me 11. This is my grandparents' friend. They gave me 2. This is the Cahills family friend. They gave me 5. This is the neighbor. Gave me 11. This is a friend's mom. Gave me 6. Kind of a neighbor, kind of a family friend gave me 11. This is a friend's mom from high school. I maybe met her once, but like her daughter like was at all the stuff I used to do for extra stuff, curriculars and hangouts. She gave me 21, which is pretty cool. This guy was like a family friend. He gave me 3, 5. You guys get the point, right? So yeah, these are all filled, and I got really good eventually, and so I started averaging probably in the 15-ish range for a while, where there was a lot of demos where I was like getting 20 every one. Like imagine if you were getting even 10 every one. Like you're gonna have so many people to call, you're not even gonna know what to do, which is the position I got to, and then that just allows you to be really picky with who you want to show Cutco to in a good way, right? But I still had demos where I'd get 1, you know, it's called an average for a reason, right? 2, another one with 1. That one didn't even, that wasn't even a demo. Another 1, 5, 10, 12, whatever it is. You get the point. All right. So you just have to ask, and then when you memorize it, you sound so much more confident. And it is something you're asking that's like a personal thing, right? So that's why you want to have it down. Now, let's pretend they got you a couple on the paper, right? And then you want to say, thank you so much. This really helps me out. By the way, you can become a sponsor when you give me 5 recommendations. So make sure you write down 5 in that little blank. When you give me 5 recommendations, you become a sponsor. When you give me 10 recommendations, you become a double sponsor. Once I get 50 sponsors, I can win a free piece of Cutco for my presentations. Now, I used to say, that I'm gonna raffle off. You don't have to say that, but you can, right? So, but you can raffle it off because I thought there was a little bit of an incentive for them, like they could win an extra piece, you know? So let's say I got 6. I would say, is there any way you can think of 4 more? Yep. Let's say they only jotted down 2 and they're like, that might be it. Okay, I would do the same thing. Is there any way you could think of like 3 more to become a sponsor? Okay. Now, someone saw this earlier, but the sponsor page is just on 16. Okay. And so if Donna becomes a sponsor, you just write Donna's name here, or she can write her name. Sometimes it's cool for them to write it down. If you get 2 sponsors, then you write Donna twice. Once you get 50, right? Think about if you have 50, how many recommendations is that at least?
Thank you, free stuff.
So, hang on. So you have 250 on your list at that point, if you have 50 sponsors, right? So again, if they become a sponsor, right, they get to write their name on there. Once I get 50 sponsors, I get a free piece of Cutco for my presentations. So does that help them? No. So you're asking for something from them, right? Now, you can say that I'm going to raffle off to one of my customers if you'd like to, which I would suggest doing that, but you're your own boss at the end of the day. Okay, I used to say that. So that way they're like, why not? Let's give it a try. Maybe I'll win something and I'm helping you out too. Okay. Thought joggers, step 2 is when they kind of slow down a little bit. So let's say I just said, is there any way you could think of 4 more? It could be anyone. It could be friends. It could be family. It could be neighbors, coworkers, people from church. Who do you know that loves to cook? I'm going a little fast right now, but then I would go, who do you know that loves to entertain? Who do you know that loves to hunt or fish? Do you know anybody that loves to garden? Do you know anybody that owns a business? Do you know anyone that has kids? Because they have to cook, right? And then where it says is a blank, that's where you could write in like your major or what you're interested in. You know anyone that is a lawyer or, interior designer or whatever it is. So like Ray on our team, she wants to be a psychologist. So every demo, she's like, do you know anybody that's in the psychology field? Okay. Once you get the recommendations, then you kind of just ask a couple of questions to qualify them, just like you see up here on mine. I always like to just know, like, how do you know them? Right? It's my friend, it's my neighbor, it's my sister. Because one time I called someone, I didn't qualify them, and I was like, hey, your friend Sally recommended you. And she's like, wait, who? She's like, your friend. I was like, your friend Sally? She said that she's like, that's my sister. And I was like, oh, right, huh, sister. And it was like kind of awkward. So that's why you want to like find out how they know them a little bit. She probably was like, who's this? She probably called her afterwards. She's like, do you actually do this with this guy? Right. So find out like how they know them. And then I like to know their spouse's name. I usually used to ask, like, if they didn't write it down, hey, what's Susan's husband's name? And then I'd write Joe down if she didn't write it already. And if she was like, she's not married, I'd say, okay, great. And I'd write down single. And I usually probably didn't call that person. But I wasn't like, oh, I can't do that. I was just like, okay, cool, thanks. I kept cruising, right? Now, if you show married people that are over 30 and stuff, they're probably going to recommend you to most people like that, right? Anyways. And then the last thing, step 4, is just the heads up text. So this is the one I used when I was doing demos. And it's basically the same one that's down here, which just says, hey, thank you so much, by the way, for all these people. It's a lot easier for people when they know I'm calling. If you don't mind, I'm going to forward you a text. If you could send this to your friends as an introduction, I'm sure they'd appreciate it so they know who I am. And then you can customize it. This is the one I had. You can take a picture of it if you want and steal it. Mine says, hey, I just wanted to let you know my Cutco guy, Nate, will be giving you a call. The last 4 numbers of his cell is 3591. He's working for a company and also has a chance to win a scholarship by showing Cutco. You don't have to buy anything, although you'll have the product. It helps him just to do the presentation. Thought you might be nice enough, and he makes it fun too. Cool. Any questions on that? It's really simple. We just got to get some practice in, okay? So what I want you to do is partner up, and then I want you to do step 1. Do this like 2 times each. Once you do step 1 2 times each, try going all the way through. Does that make sense? Okay, so step 1 2 times each, then try going all the way through. If you're the partner, you need to pretend to be the customer. So you need to be like, I think, okay, all right, Martha, I could put her down, right? And like pretend that you're actually being the customer so they can practice like kind of like building up the number a little bit more. Does that make sense? Okay. Go for it. Partner up, go for it. Watch that pause. Okay, so we've done page 14 a few times. Last thing, and then you can take a little break, is go ahead and flip to 15. So this is if they say no. And they're like, or they give you like a knee jerk, right? So check out all these under here. You've got, oh, I can only think of a few people. Oh, thank you so much for thinking of those people. I'm trying to keep a full schedule so I can hit my goals. Or if you're in school, towards my scholarship. Is there any way you could think of just a few more to become a sponsor or double sponsor? If they say I don't know anyone, there's an objection there. If they say I don't like to give out people's names, there's an objection there, right? Let me think about it. The most common thing that people will say is like anything to like kind of push it off, right? For an objection. I'll call them first and get back to you. When people used to say that to me, I loved it. I was like, oh, that's amazing. I wouldn't want to see them if they aren't interested. To make it easier, why don't you go ahead and jot them down now, and then I'll follow up with you tomorrow, and you can just let me know if anyone says like, no way, I hate college kids or people named Nate. I'll just cross them off the list. And I would actually like do that and like joke and like giggle, and they would do the same thing, and I'd be like, here you go. Right. So the more relaxed you are, your delivery and yourself is going to be the thing that's going to help you the most with recommendations. Okay. Or can I email you them later? It's so silly, but I'd rather have you get 2 now than like, oh, I'm gonna email you just a gigantic list. Cause think about it. When are they ever gonna be like, let's say it's 2 days later and they're like cooking breakfast. Are they ever gonna be like, oh my gosh, we haven't even sent Noah his recommendations. We gotta get on the laptop. Like it's never gonna happen. Okay. So just like whatever you get when you're there is probably what you're gonna end up with 99.9% of the time. Okay. So I want you to practice objections. The last thing I'll show you too is if you look at the top of that page where it says social media, you can do a social media post. This girl Callista got really good at this, and she would have every customer that she did demos with post on their Facebook and like tag her thing. So she would have people that were like commenting on it and like messaging her or commenting on the post being like, I would listen to a demo, or oh, that sounds amazing. And she'll book demos off of Facebook posts because that's where all the moms are, right? So you can try that out. There's the directions on there. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it right now, but yeah, you can take a picture of that one if you'd like to. Hers was for the Cabo contest over winter break, but she was having customers post on every demo. So she was gaining so many more leads just from Facebook posts without even phoning, which is pretty cool. This was also a Facebook post. You guys saw this one on the first day too. Okay. So what I want you to do for this last one, and then you can take a break, is go through 14. I want your partner to give you an objection like, oh, I like don't know humans or whatever, and then handle that. Okay. And then, and then get some people and then finish it off. Okay. And then both of you get one chance to try that. If you ever do get told no, like twice on a demo at the end for recommendations, just let it go. Again, it's an average, right? You're going to have no sales. You're going to have ultimate sets and, average orders and all that kind of stuff. You'll get 0 sometimes, just like 10% of the time, and you'll get also 10 plus 10% of the time. And, that's how you kind of find an average. Okay. Any questions on recommendations so far? Okay. It's really simple. I just want you to get more practice, and you'll get better at it as you do more demos too. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Cool. All right, go for it. Full thing. Yep, full thing. Share something with you guys too. Alexa, pause. I also don't care right now if you think how much you're gonna sell. None of that really matters to me. I shared this with you guys yesterday too, when the girl that was like, "Oh, what if they don't buy anything?" Right? She booked 17 demos and then she sold 4,700 and she came to advanced training and I was like, "Can you just, thanks, right?" Okay, I wanted to share this with you. So we get our updates Friday mornings on the national standings. Do you remember what we were ranked in the country the first day of training?
Two?
14, I think, right? So we went from 15 the week before to 14 to now we're 7. So we moved up literally 7 spots last week, which is pretty sweet. Yay is right. And obviously this is just the pilot category, which is the toughest one. So there's a lot of, other ones down there, but pretty cool. And these other
City.
schlep rocks ahead of us, Tina and Darren. I know all these people, by the way. But they're only like a couple grand ahead, so we should crush. I mean, we should be like at your next, I guess it would be unofficial, but I think by the next team meeting, we should be number 5 in the country next Friday officially. I believe we just have to beat them this week for sure. I think it's possible to also pass Ben. It might be a little bit stretchy, and this is probably a little bit out of reach for at least this week, but we have the whole year, so it is growth week though. All right, you guys ready? All right, cool. Okay, so you need just a piece of paper. You don't need your manual for this section.
Thank goodness. Oh, morning.
All the goodies. Okay, so I'm gonna go through our did I click play? I clicked play, right?
No.
Yeah, I clicked play. Okay. So I'm gonna go through our next section, which is our team builder section. So I'm gonna give you guys all one of these too today, fast start sheet, so you can have it and take it with you on your demos and stuff like that. But there's probably a prize that you saw up here that you're like, oh my gosh, I gotta hit this one no matter what, right? Maybe it was the cheese knife or the petite santoku or the slicer or whatever it is. What if there was a way I could help you earn more Cutco prizes without really doing any extra work? Would you be interested in that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's our team builder program. Essentially, we want you to make an introduction to anyone that you know that's not like a potential customer, but could actually be considered to like be on our team or like work here. Okay. Now, in there we go. Okay. In my role, what is the thing that you think I spend the most money on? Training, you said? Nope. Sets? Nope.
Suits.
Driving? No. Suits? Somebody said that recently too. No. Payroll? No. Hey, look at that. This is a secret hint, right? It's advertising. Okay. So if you like free stuff and you like helping people, you'll like this section a lot. I pay a lot of money to try to get the right people on the team. So during this section, if you like what you hear, remember yesterday was level up. Today you can say, tell me more, Nate. Okay. Would you like to hear a little bit more? So I have a contest for you. It's very similar to how a lot of companies operate too, where they have some sort of a bonus program. So like at the gym I work out at, when I first joined the gym, I got a month's free, or my buddy got a month for free for like, referring me or whatever, right? At my apartment complex last summer, they had a thing that was have someone sign a lease, get $1,000 off your rent for the month. Right? It's like a promotional bonus, right? Most companies have something like this. I'll explain some more about it. But specifically here, I spend a lot of money to try to get the right people on the team. Raise your hand if you got a letter in the mail. Okay, so you are my most expensive recruits. This summer, I spent 20,000, low 20,000s on sending letters to people in the mail. And they pay off. It's just like Tony heard about the job through a letter in the mail. And he's already at, $17,000 this summer so far. My first summer, I had a rep, Jess, who sold 40 grand and she paid for you know, a lot of my expenses. I didn't send that much when I was new, but she paid for a lot of the expenses as well. So it's like kind of like an investment, right? The mailers pay off. Now raise your hand if you heard about the job online. Any online people? Yeah. Yeah, a couple of you. So I spend you know, a couple $100 a month, sometimes $500 a month to have online ads out there, right? Where we have a bunch of people that come in and we have to kind of sift through and find the right people. Even like Craigslist, you know, you never know what you get from Craig and his list. But once in a while we get somebody great, okay? And then we also are affiliated with a lot of schools. So we'll do like tables at KU or UMKC, or we'll like put, like me and Dylan, we're like putting chalk on the ground at some schools, like with our website. We're trying to spread the word as much as we can. We'll like pass out flyers, put up posters and stuff like that, because it's where we find a lot of our best recruits. However, the most common way people hear about the job is through like somebody that they know, or like social media or something like that. Anybody hear about the job that way? Somebody that you know or on social media? Okay, so the other chunk of you as well too. Okay, so since I pay for the advertising, I've kind of reallocated some of my budget to give back to our team. And what we're doing is we're building a championship team. I want to be the number one office in the company. And I think it's really cool that we're 7 and we're like, you know, we're on the doorstep, we're moving forward. But at the same time, the number one office I showed you guys a second ago, his name is Phil Bolander. The only reason they're number one, their team is so big. They have like 60 reps on their team. Our team is way smaller than that. Okay. And that's not counting like who they're, you know, bringing onto their team this week. I don't know how many people they have, right? So Phil's team is just bigger, and you probably heard the saying like bigger armies always beat smaller armies, right? Anyone ever seen the movie 300? Okay, so it's like this 300 guys, they're like badasses, right? But they fight this 10,000 deep Persian army, and they all like lose or die, right, in the movie. Spoiler. But it's because they're fighting 10,000 people. It's just impossible. Now we want to be the top office in the country. Our goal is to do $1.5 million in sales. We want to be the 10,000 deep army, so to speak, right? But with that being said, right now where we're at, there's 50 or so pilot offices. We're one of the newest. We're like one of the 4 newest in the country, 5 newest in the country. Some people have been doing, you know, my job, so to speak, for 20, 30, 40 plus years. And we're number 7. I don't even think people thought we'd be in the top 25, which is pretty cool. And I'm really motivated. I'm excited to do that as well. Now, you probably know this, but like the best teams don't just win because they have one good player on a team, right? Sometimes it's that they have a bunch of star players on their team, right? So the same thing works for like companies or sports teams, right? Like if Facebook wants a new programmer, do you think that they go to monster.com and place an ad and see what happens? No, they go to like the people that work at Facebook. They're like, hey, you're the best programmers in the world. Like, who did you go to school with? Like, who do you know that's a stud that could work here and, you know, fill this role, right? It's how the best sports teams, the best companies find their people, is through referrals onto their team. There's a company called PwC and EY that is one of the top 4 accounting firms in Chicago. My buddy Jacob's girlfriend works at one of them. And to fill like a management executive role, they have a $75,000 position finding bonus. So like if they fill that role through somebody that recommends them, they get $75,000 as a bonus for recommending them to the job. Okay. Now, I'm not going to do that, by the way, just so you know, but that's normal for large companies. Okay. Who wants to hear a little bit more?
Tell me more.
That was really lame. I can skip this, by the way. Keep all the goodies. Okay. So it's commonly known a lot of people try out for the best teams, and it's the same thing for us. We interview a lot of people to find the people that we're excited about. And even in training, you know, our hope is that everyone's the best fit. But we find out maybe it's not for every single person. And we want to be selective, but we also want people that are all in on their goals. And in your phone, there's 3 types of people that you know, right? There's people you know really well. There's people that you know, kind of sort of know. And then there's kind of like the randos, right? Where it's like, Billy, I don't even know who that guy is, right? What if I told you that the person that recommends the most friends in training today is going to be given a brand new Porsche? What percentage of people would you be recommending to the job? All of them, right? All of them. Now, I'm not going to do Porsche, by the way. But but if it was though, you would like, even if you got in a fist fight last night with the kid, you'd be like, this dude's going down on the list, right? Okay, but what we do is, I want you to give everyone a chance. All we do is we shoot them a text, okay? And we take care of everything for you. The text basically says like the starting pay, flexible schedules, if you're interested, let us know. $20 base pay or something like that. We also can only text people that haven't been referred recently. So if you referred somebody like an interview or something like that, we can't like double up stuff, if you will. Our system blocks us from sending them a text. Okay. Now, if you refer someone and they start the job, does it help you? Yeah, because there's a couple reasons why, but it definitely helps them more, right? If you have somebody on the team, like they get competition, they get to work in a fun environment, they have the opportunity to boost their resume, they have guaranteed pay with an opportunity for more, right? Plus, they get to work with a lot of motivated people. Um, I think legitimately, in my opinion, there's not a better place that someone could work that's wanting to develop their skills or at least giving themselves a chance to apply. Okay. Even LinkedIn, according to LinkedIn, 50% of people hear about a job through getting recommended to a job. I worked at my grocery store job with two of my friends. Anyone ever worked with a friend before at a job before? It's a lot of fun. Made work way more enjoyable. Here, it's way different. Why do you think it would be fun to work with friends here in general? Shout it out.
You can compete with each other.
Yes, you can compete with each other. I had 8 of my friends start the job my first year, and it kept me so motivated because I never wanted to lose to those scrubs. All right, I was like, it was Monday sometimes, and I was like, I can't let this guy beat me, right? And so I certainly probably made more money actually by having friends on the team because I was motivated. What are some other reasons why? Yeah, it's a more fun atmosphere, right? Think about being at a team meeting with a friend, or if you're in training with somebody that you know, it's a little different, right? Plus, we have conferences and stuff like that. We also have trips where they like literally in 6 months, we're gonna have a trip that reps can earn to Cabo. Think about going to out of the country, bless you, to Cabo. We have a trip in at the end of the summer, a conference in Chicago. It's like more fun to travel with buddies too. What were you gonna say, Aiden, as well too? Same thing, right? There's also like advancement, right? Like they could advance within the company. That's not a normal thing at a job for someone that has no experience in that field, right? Also, resume. Companies love working with people that like know how to build a resume and know how to recommend people and build a team. We actually have a corporate scholarship for our team builder program, and it's like your team sales plus the people you referred to the job, their team sales total. There's like a top 25 people that can win a scholarship for the summertime as well too. So one thing is, yeah, it's fun to work with friends. Why else would you want to recommend people? What if they already have a job? Would you want to recommend them to the job? Yeah, anyone else have a job? Great. I also had a job when I started here. I just wanted to make more money. I didn't like hate my job. I just, I wanted to make more money, right? And some people do hate their job and some people want to make more money and there's a lot of different reasons. What if they don't have the personality for sales? They're a little bit more shy or something like that. Should you give them a chance? Yeah, right. Because you never know. It could change their life. It could help them boost their confidence, get outside of their comfort zone. And then here's the reason that you want to recommend the randos. Okay. Lindsay Paul, I should actually put a slide up probably for her. Lindsay Paulno, she runs the St. Louis office. She started in my office in 2020. And Lindsay was a rando text, meaning the girl that recommended her, her name is Heidi. Heidi went through training in like April, and she was like, whatever, I'll give everybody a chance. Lindsay gets the text message and she's like, yeah, I don't know who that is, but yes, I'm looking for work. Lindsay ended up meeting Heidi like a few months before that, like in Texas at like a restaurant, and they thought, oh, we're both from St. Louis, how cool, and like never saw each other again. Now, Lindsay, her first 10 days sold 10,000, sold 40 grand her first summer, became my assistant manager for 8 months, and then opened a district office as a career position after graduating from St. Louis University. And then now she runs the #1 district office in the country, all because Heidi was like, sure, why not? Also, Madison, when she started with the job, she recommended, pretty much all her people that she had in her phone that weren't adults and stuff. And then Izzy started the job. And then Izzy sold 10,000 bucks her first 10 days, earned a trip to Cabo, became a recruiting manager. She also was the person that interviewed Paul when he first started the job too. We also have Blair. Last summer, Blair had Marissa and Asia at the start of the job. Both of them made over $1,500 in their first 10 days on the job as well too. So again, I want all of them. You never know who's going to do well, who's looking for a job, who needs an internship, who hates what they're doing, or who needs to boost their resume. Okay. We get texts like this all the time that I think are pretty cool. And you know, in general, I would say that people are pretty nice about it too. I don't care about you convincing people. In fact, I don't want you to convince people. I just want you to give them a chance to get the information. Okay. All the text or the thing says is, or I just want you to help us help people hear about the job. Birds of a feather flock together. You hear it all the time, and you know that's how we want to take our time. I'd rather spend my time talking to your people, or technically it's Dylan, versus like our random online ads and stuff like that. Okay. Would you like to hear the contest and prizes?
Yes.
That was okay. They're pretty cool. All right, now we have a unique situation, by the way. So Peyton actually recommended Eddie to the job, and they're both in training right now. So guess what? Peyton already has a friend on the team. How about that? So check this out. The first Cutco, or the first prize for having one friend on the team is, and they just have to have one order. So Eddie, when you have your first order, it's official. You get a custom piece of Cutco that I want you to have engraved so you can show your customers for business gifts, and you can get up to like $150 knife. Okay, that's for one person starting the job. You like that? You want to hear what 3 is? That was lame. You guys want to hear what 3 is? It's gonna keep getting juicier.
Oh.
So 3 is AirPod Pros.
Get out.
Get in. Get 3 in. Get 3 in. All right. Now for this one, they do have to hit their first promotion on the job. No expiration date. Which again, most people, the average rep hits it their first weekend. Okay. So I can hit $1,000. That's 3 friends. This contest, by the way, will go till the end of the summer, and then it restarts every campaign. Okay. So if that's 3, what's 5? Yeah. So 5 is 5's a kick-ass dinner. Another one. Yep. So if you sell 10,000 your first 10 days, you'll have a kick-ass dinner. If you also have 5 buddies that start the team, they can also be people that you don't consider buddies, that you don't even like, but people you recommend. You also get a fancy dinner with me and Dylan.
Yeah.
You like that? Okay, now that's all the ones I have for people starting the job. Okay, so let's get into the goodies. That's pretty much it. But I want to make it even easier for you, because I know some of you are like, oh, I could recommend people, I just don't know who would like start, who'd be good or whatever. Well, just for recommending them and giving them a chance to get a text, I have some prizes. Would you like to hear
Yes.
a little bit more? This is when it gets juicy, because this is like 0 effort. Okay. Even if they're not interested. I don't know if you guys can handle this one. So you saw all that stuff I brought up here? It's about to come out. Okay. So if you have, okay, I'll just click it. Let's click it. You're gonna have a chance. You guys don't even know what it is yet. Okay, but you're gonna have a chance to win a veggie peeler in a second. And then you're also gonna have a chance to potentially win a steak knife in a second, which will help you sell more signature and ultimate sets. Okay, so here's what you gotta do. Okay. If you recommend 50 plus, okay, you get 1 extra day in your fast start. So you, instead of 10, you have 11 days to earn your Cutco prizes. I had a girl, Madison Staples, that sold $4 grand on her 11th or her 10th day, or her 11th day, sorry. And she went from 4K fast start to 8K fast start. Just for the Cutco prizes, okay, not the dinner or the 15,000 thing, okay? Now, if you recommend 100 plus, which I think last week the average rep was at 159, you get a free peeler right now. If you're at 150 plus, you get a brand new Cutco steak knife with the sheath that clips in. So the average person last week left training with a steak knife to show on their demos, and you'll sell more big sets because of that too, because you have the steak knife and you get to keep it, right? The only really the requirement is it's got to be either 18 or if they're 17 and graduate, that's fine. So you can't like we can't start someone that's like 14 or whatever, right? Okay. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay. I might have one more little thing. You want to see the next thing?
Yeah.
More.
Tell me more.
This is the bonus plus contest. Here's what it is. So you have your prizes, right? If you're at 125, you're gonna get 1 double credit day this weekend. Plus the vegetable peeler because you're over 100. So what that means is between Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I'm going to take your biggest fast start day and I'm going to double it for your fast start prizes. So like John Mendy on Sunday, he sold $3,000. So it was really like selling $6,000 for his fast start prizes. So you get that I want you guys to have a bunch of Cutco. I also spend a lot of money on it too. I'm probably honestly spending way too much money on Cutco, but I want you guys to have a bunch. And then if you're at 200 plus, you get 2 double credit days this weekend. And you leave with the steak knife and the sheath. Okay, does that make sense? All right, that's actually it. I swear. Okay. All right. Now, oh yeah, okay, this is actually fine. The next person to have a friend who sells $1,000 gets $100 prize also. I don't know. I don't think so. Because they didn't know that this was the contest, right? That's my thought. So we'll do a clean slate on this one, okay? So whoever has somebody start the job and sells 1,000, you get $100, just cash. Okay. It's the next person though. Does that make sense? So it's like for sure this is gone next week. Okay. Make sense? All right, now let's get into it. So what you need is you need your paper and pen. We're gonna take the next hour of training and we're just gonna go first name, phone number. That's it. Okay. Ready to start?
Nope.
I'm just kidding. You don't need that. You don't need that. You do need your app though. But I had to write everybody down on pen and paper. So I almost want to make you guys do it a little bit, but I'm not going to. Okay. So go to the app. The app's awesome. It has everything already organized for you too. So when you go to the app, I forgot I'm giving more money away. Okay. So when you go to the app, check this out real quick, by the way, on the screen. Top person, so whoever submits the most. So last week it was Elijah, I think, and he was like, I think it was 565 he recommended. Okay. And he got $20 on the spot. Right. So whoever has the most, who submits the most, I'm just gonna also give you a $20. Got to be over 150 total, but $20. Okay. Now I'll actually show you how to do it. Okay. So when you go to the app, click on the little bottom of the button, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. And then click the team builder button. Okay. Now, you're not going to have it if you didn't do if you still have to get your rep agreement thing done. And then did you get yours done? Do you have the button? Okay. Okay, cool. So go ahead and click team builder. And then this just says like, we'll be nice to your friends and we won't bug them and whatever. Okay. Now, when you click begin, okay, just as a reminder, okay, the app already knows who I want, which is everyone, right? So everyone's already selected. Okay. Now, what I do want you to do is I want you to remember that you already moved over all your prospects. So all these in your device contacts should be people that are like your age, right? All your other ones are in your prospects tab anyway. Okay. But please take off anyone that's like too young. That's like your younger cousin or like your, brother or something like that, or your sister, your friend, sister, or something like that that's too young. Or if they have like a career position and they're like, over 30 or 40 or 50 or something like that, right? And then once you're done scrolling through A through Z, but give everyone else a chance. Once you're done scrolling A through Z, raise your hand, show me your phone, or you can show Dylan your phone. That way we know, did you hit the extra day? Did you hit the, steak knife, whatever it's called, peeler, etc. So I'm going to walk around with them. But remember, 125 plus double credit plus a peeler, and 200 plus double credit plus steak knife. Dylan, I got some goodies up here for you. Alexa, play. Remember, top person's also $20 on top of that as well too.
No, don't say it out loud. but-
Okay, cool. So click submit and then I owe you, what do I owe you? I owe you a steak knife. Yeah, show me what you got. Here's your steak knife. Great job. Thanks for building the team. Go. Oh, thanks. You can clasp it in there, take it out, clasp it. Out. Let us hear it. Let us hear it. And you have one double credit day this weekend as well too. Whatever your biggest day is, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday.
Does this say anything about like who recommended them, like name ones?
Of course.
So it'll say that I did.
Of course, what do you think we're gonna say? Casper the ghost recommended you.
And it'll be like a friend.
Obviously, they don't.
Yeah.
You can't leave your mouth.
A friend from high school.
Like,
I got text, I'd be like, going into senior year. no?
It's probably not. Why not 18?
Cool.
So give him a chance.
I don't know. Yeah, that takes away a lot of people.
If they're in your phone and you wouldn't wanna recommend them, I would say like, they're probably not your friend. What I would say.
I don't like it likes to look.
But hey, all I'm trying to do is build the #1 team in the country and give you Cutco for helping us out too. Easy on that one though.
Some people, that's just their first name and I don't know which.
It's fine, only sends it to their first name. It only says yours too, right? Take that off for sure.
Your name's on my.
We'll fix it later. Yep, we'll fix it later. We do this every week. The guy last week that recommended 550 also, it said, hey, someone that you know, Elijah, thought you might be looking for work, wasn't sure, wanted to give you a shot. Here's the starting pay, etc. Let us know if you're interested. If not, no worries. That's all the text says. If they say I'm interested, we give more info. If they don't, then we don't.
Got 83.
No, don't say it out loud.
Oh.
Say it out loud. What else? You say that? So you got, you can pause there. Digital tape. Yep. Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done. Only take the people off that are like 12 years old unless you super hate this job and don't want to give them a chance. That would be my advice. Stop saying the numbers out loud. Guys, this is a contest. Do you get that we have a contest for some cash? Can't reveal the top person. Thanks for building team.
This thing feels so good.
It does feel good.
Swiggies and Ultimates.
Give everybody a chance. You never know. We wouldn't have Lindsay. I wouldn't have most of the people I recommended to the job. But I recommended everybody at my phone. Great. Hit that button. Here's a steak knife for you. And a it's called sheath. And you have 2 double credit days. Congratulations. I bet that makes you feel good too.
That's what they said.
I'm reading names. I'm giving her.
Everyone's so nice when they get a text.
Yeah, are y'all
message.
in it?
Depends on your context there.
Way too many people on like Snapchat.
If they're not interested, they're literally just not even
Like,
gonna
a
respond.
lot of
They
people,
will-
like,
they'll look at it for a,
Judgment.
yeah, they'll look at it for a second, they'll be like, okay, no, I don't need that.
If they're a human, you can leave them on for the contest again. As long, I just want you to take off anybody who's too young or anybody who's too old or like the police department or, you know, Jimmy John's or whatever. Okay. T-Mobile doesn't need a text. It wouldn't even go through them either. But I would love to move on in like a minute or two. Some of you I have a lot of contacts, but scroll through as quick as you can. If you're done with it, you can just hang for a sec. I'll show you the next step here in a second. You can just show Dylan. Can't see it.
2 extra credit, maybe, like double, like
Like,
double.
You don't want people like.
Like, so you.
That's fine.
She'll take it higher.
You can recommend people anyway.
So.
Oh,
great.
wait, oh, I thought.
You want the night or just want to open?
I was like, what? That's really light.
No, like,
You have one or
say
two
like
extra
you-
days?
So like $1,500.
I
Steak
got
night?
one.
Monday.
An extra day?
I have 7
One
days.
Double.
One double, yeah, one
What's
extra.
your name?
You take that 1,500, so it'll be like you sold like 4,000.
Oh, like your
Like
nickname, you mean?
No, I don't really care. I was gonna yell at you.
Just ask. Cool. So.
No, I just put some bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm good for some for you guys. I forgot to do that. All right.
There. Wait, does it's like the bond to like a belt? Or like a belt? Wait, what? Does it have like a clip for like a belt?
No, not on this one. That's just.
Just the sheet.
I try to finish up the next minute so I can show you guys the next step on like how to change names and stuff like that. You have any goofy ones? Like Tinder number 3.
Free day.
So thank you guys today.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for helping build the team. I've seen a lot of good, good funny stuff.
Oh, man. I'm renaming.
All right, Aiden and Arel, you guys are still working.
Like the text says, hey, you're their name, we're not just gonna change the name. So.
Hey,
I don't want them to, but I don't.
Last name, no.
No.
Literally just your G.
Numbers.
No why.
surprised.
But
Yeah,
you'll check
I
it.
see the couple names on there.
I literally am just so, I've seen like the most outlandish and.
Well, you know, people's gone, I don't have.
Oh,
Most.
I have a lot of
Were they like?
Yeah, I do it.
Makes sense too.
I am 330, there we go. There we go.
Wait, it's just like, so you have that.
Like, well, I'm, they're on there, you're like, oh, you're doing right, so. Like, I, probably.
Okay, alright, cool. Thanks for helping the team. Steak knife, still have an extra day. Another steak knife and 2 extra ones. Who's that? Who's that?
Go.
Congrats, steak knife.
There's an ultimates coming.
What'd you have? Healer. Healer, nice. Oh, you were so close. Hopefully you didn't take friends off. You were 10 away from double credit day.
Oh, okay.
I tried not to.
I got,
Is everybody pretty much? What are we waiting on? Anybody else?
Miracles done.
I took my friend off, but we got that major to have.
They what?
He's the one that calls it a pyramid scheme, about cell phone. Like,
Why did he get mad at you?
he's like, okay, have money at your job, like, thanks, I will. Then they're at, it's like,
Yes, we could. Yes, we could.
Okay, so let me show you guys. I think most of you are done.
you stay broke.
So let me show you the next step here. Okay, now the app, Alexa, pause. The app updates so much, so I don't know if this is exactly what it looks like on your end, but one of the next steps gives you an option to star people. Does everybody see that? If you go like next or something like that, if you get to that spot, like next, and then you should be able to star some people. Those would be like, you're telling us, hey, these are my top people that I would, I'd love for you to reach out to like first, if you could put them in priority. Does that make sense? So we won't send them like the general text if, the normal text, if you star them, it tells us, hey, this is my friend. I think they do really well. It doesn't even have to be somebody that you,
are really close with. It could be somebody you think is really great, would be really great at the job. Or it could be your best friend or whatever, right? So people you really know maybe are actually looking for a job or whatever. I know, like Gabe, you were telling me about one of your buddies yesterday or something like that, or 2 days ago. Put a star on his name, so we make sure we do him do his a little bit differently. Okay. That's kind of the last step. I think there's a step where you can edit a few names as well too. If you have some weird ones that you missed or something like that, we can always change them on our end. Otherwise, if you missed any, all we'll do is just change their name to the word there. So it says, hey there.
You like accidentally put dad in there? Is that gonna?
Yeah, we can fix it if you have a weird one or something like that. It's exactly what you just asked. So we can always fix it one-on-one. Just tell us later. All right, I'll give you a minute or so to star anybody. Don't star everyone, but like maybe 5, 10, or 15 or something like that. If you'd like to, and then those are the ones that should get you quickly to like the AirPods or the the engraving knife or whatever too. And then any weird names that you want to fix, you can fix them on there in the app. It doesn't affect it in your contacts or anything like that. Okay. Alexa, play. Alexa, next. I don't know what this playlist is, but we're getting into it. And then just give me an idea when you're done fixing names and all that, because I have no perspective on how long that will take you. But a lot of you are looking at your phone, so. And I'll show you one last thing before we scoot into communication and things.
After the first 3, just whichever email, put down, and then the numbers. Yeah, that's you.
Well, this isn't right.
Okay.
Oh, we just reminded.
Yep. No, just apply it only again. Oh. Oh, sir. Okay. Right. Yep. That's one of our next couple things to do. Oh, you're all done with that? No, you're good. Yep, you're good. Anybody need any more time fixing any names or anything? Fixing any names or starting anybody? A little bit more time? All right, I'll give you like 30 seconds to a minute or so, maybe a minute, give everybody a chance. And then I'll show you one last thing on this topic and then we'll cruise on. We really have communication, how to place orders, online meetings, some advanced tips and a role play, and then we're done. We're underway. We're underway. That was my first line of the training. Today you may be anxious, excited, tired, nervous.
Really, I'm not looking at the hat. Number. I was like, Brandon, I don't know, you know what? I haven't talked to her in, what, 5 years now? I didn't even work.
All right, I'm gonna do this last part here for this section. Anyone can participate in this as well too. Alexa, pause. So a couple of you have said this to me too. You're like, I don't have that many people on my phone or whatever. And it's like, yeah, just do the best that you can for, recommending people. The last thing I'll show you is I'll give you a chance. Oh, also we have to do our top submission release here in a second once everyone's once I look at the total numbers. But the last thing I'll give you a chance to do is to do a story post on like your Instagram or your Snapchat or something like that. And that's a great way to kind of like spread the word. It's also the most passive way because the only person that's clicking on that is somebody that's like genuinely like looking for a job, right? So ironically, Peyton made a post after her interview, and that's how Eddie heard about the job. Saw her story, clicked on it, and then went to the site and it has the info, and then she applied, and then it said Peyton's name next to it, and that's how Peyton's getting a friend on the team. Last week when we did this, we took over 50 applications in the first night from a training class that was smaller than yours. So we get a lot of people to apply through social media this way as well too. So here's what I'll show you. I have one last contest, okay? And this is one that everyone can do if you want to do it, okay? I'm going to do a drawing for $50. So if you throw up a post on your story or Snapchat, I'd prefer you do Instagram or whatever if you have it. I'll enter you into the drawing for $50. There's one thing, I don't care if you have 114 followers or if you have 1,400 or whatever. It's just you have a chance to do it. Yes.
If we do.
You don't, you don't need it. What? No, you get one chance in the drawing, but you can do both if you want to. But you probably have a lot of overlap, right? Okay. So I'll do a $50 drawing, just a spin wheel, just like we did yesterday. Okay. Here is how you do it. Okay. The first thing is grab a picture from your camera roll of you, or like you and a friend or friends or something like that. Okay. Don't do like your dog or like a rubber ducky. Somebody tried to do that one time. I'm like, I'm not gonna count that because you want it to look like it's you because you're the one doing it, right? The second thing that you need to do is just attach the link. Our link is summerworkjoco.com. Okay, and it'll be up on the next slide too. And then once you attach the link, all I would add to it is basically you could write summer work. If you want to say like great pay, or you could say $20 base, or you could say flexible schedules. But I wouldn't put much, right? Just one or two of those things, and then just tag the link and throw it up. That's it. And I'll throw it down for you. Okay. Now, here's a bunch of past posts that we've had, okay? And they all just say like summer job or summer work or whatever, and then just tag the link and then add it to the story, and that's that. Capiche? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what if you don't have pictures of yourself?
Sorry. Yeah.
I can send you the group picture if you want.
I can take a picture. Customized sticker. What's
Oh, look
what's
at
the
those.
stickers for?
The sticker, this is how you here, I'll just go to the next page.
God, no.
The sticker is how you tag the link.
Yeah, I got the what's the sticker tag.
NSFI, not safe for.
I'll just do job opportunity.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, who else needs this? You need the picture, Gabe?
Can I get a picture? Me too.
Sure. Can't wait till you guys are in the group me so I can stop doing this shit.
Just like that.
Can you go back to the,
Yeah, just put like, make me sure you write something. What do you want? This? Oh my gosh. This? Oh my gosh. Got that? Alexa, play. Okay, send it to 3 people. Does anybody else need this picture? Got the picture, Noah? Okay, Miracle. It's a legendary picture. Jerry and Fonz in the picture. Anybody else need the picture? We're good. You want it or you're okay? It's right here, summerworkjoco.com. Summerworkjoco.com. If you're posting on Instagram, you can tag me or you can just show Dylan or I that you posted, but mine is the Nate Johnson. Let me know, let Dylan know if you need help, like
Except for like.
grabbing the link or
bottom
whatever.
Right.
Posted.
Posted.
I just wanna make sure the link works. Awesome. Nice.
I had to.
You paid the link, right?
You better post on this now. You better post on this.
Yeah, Snapchat, you just click the paper clip. Wait, I'll click the directions again. Got it.
On Instagram, you just type.
Hey, did you have a lot of people that said anything last time? Or message you?
Yeah, so you like before. Yeah.
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 Alright. So come here instead.
Why?
Click on
Oh, God.
link.
Why?
Just type that there.
I'll post it.
Cool. I'm gonna gather everybody. You good?
Yeah.
Help.
The link.
Summerworkjoco.com. Summerworkjoco.com. Yeah, I just wanna make sure that the link works.
Why did you do that in the first place?
I don't know how to do
What you mean by that though? Like, are you lost?
Face ID.
I never posted it.
You need help?
No, I'm talking about like, what you see?
No, I'm using it.
To the gallery, I scroll, it wasn't nothing. I just saw a bunch of him. I deleted it. I was like, nah, that's it was a bunch of pictures that came out. Okay. He don't be on there a lot.
I'm gonna start putting your names into the drawing. Huh?
Elaine?
The age?
Stop.
It says, it asks, are you over 18, 17 and graduate or under 17? Some, but some have just posted on their social media to help us spread the word, and some are social media assistants and all that. All right, let me go to the wheel. I'm gonna start over here. Say your name for me. Noah.
Oh.
Anybody else over here?
Yeah.
Jay.
Summer work rate pay, flexible schedule, and then tag Nate.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna have to help me with this one. EYE? L. There we go. Itzel, did you post? No, are you gonna post?
I know.
Itzel and Jordan, you posted. Aiden, did you post? Yeah, if you can on Instagram, or you can show me, whatever. Alright, just show me your thing then. I just wanna make sure the link works. Come on over.
It's gonna be really.
It's not rigged, you're seeing me do it right here. Oh, so there you got it. Relly, are you in? Alright, just let me know if you're gonna post, so we're gonna do the honor system so we can keep moving. Naya, you got it?
I go up a gate or not.
Are you gonna post? Promise?
Yeah.
Gabe, you're in?
Is your profile pic you and your wife?
Aiden?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Every.
Natural, are you posting? Nope. Eddie, are you in? Okay. Alright, look up here real quick. Is there anyone we're missing? Is your name? If you're posting, is there anyone that's missing?
Is that A+ material?
This is for $50. Here we go. Ready?
Oh, you're buying it.
Here, I'm gonna shuffle it a little bit, Mr. Skeptical.
I'm very skeptical.
Tell me when to stop shuffling.
Go about 2 more times. Stop.
Two.
Right there.
Right there?
Mhm.
Here we go. Summerworkjoco.com.
Get there.
That's it. No, there's no.
Do about 2 more times.
Stop nobody.
That was actually a little bit more skeptical because you were the one that was like,
I said
right?
2 more times. Did I not say 2 more times?
no, no, I'm not doing another 50. Maybe some other time. All right, let me know if you want cash or if you want Venmo or whatever, send me your thing. Cash? Okay. I'll get you on the next break. Are you guys good on energy or do you want to take a quick break?
Nope.
We good on energy? You want a quick break? I don't know.
He's good on it. I'm good.
Okay, let's do this. 'Cause it's for 3 days of training. Dylan, can you launch everybody? Have you launched everybody yet?
I think it's all, yeah. Most part. I think we're still trying to get.
Okay, let's do this. Dylan's gonna launch everybody so we can log into our accounts. You just gotta log without it. For everyone else, can you go to, on your laptop, can you go to zoom.us? I'm gonna show you online meetings real quick. Do you do this after? This. Oh, so Zoom or that?
Zoom.us.
Oh. That's two. Oh, it's supposed to. Yeah.
I do want to try to tag.
I gotta do it.
To all the chats.
Yeah. What is the, what's the?
Those are super thin. I was saying, you just got them?
Summerworkjoco.com.
Okay.
Oh.
What? Where are we supposed to go for Zoom?
Zoom.us. Okay. Does anybody have a free Zoom account from school or anything like that? Use it for? All right. If you have one, log in. If you don't have one, go ahead and click sign up free. Alexa, play today's hits. I'll show you one thing that you can copy and paste here in a sec, but just ignore it for right now.
Yeah. I wear these bars.
Yeah.
But I clean them every now and.
What?
That is real.
Go to zoom.us. Just type it into the browser, not the app.
Well, these were new at one point. I didn't get these shut. They just turned
I don't really write it, then just to launch and I'll have to fix those last
Yeah.
2 second. Yeah. Who's the 2? Well, I want to try to tag Eddie's and Peyton's thing. So you they need to watch training or site. You just watch. So I can load, then I can go back and fix that thing. Let me know when you get signed in.
Oh.
This is gonna be really quick and easy. Does anyone, does a couple, who has a Zoom meeting or online one? Anybody? If you do?
I have not.
If you don't, no worries. You don't need to, but. Zoom. Alexa, office. Good. Yeah. Now go to. Yeah. Actually, not heard of it's added there, that's cool. Yep, sorry, turn it, whatever it is.
Yeah, I did that.
Go to this training. Scroll down.
Yeah, sorry, you're so big. What? Oh, that's so dumb. We're doing one or the other. Okay.
Oh.
I don't know, just give it a second refresh. Okay, so there's basically two ways you can do an online appointment. You can use Zoom, okay? Now, if you have a free account, the way that Zoom works, okay, is it'll at 40 minutes, it will time you out of the meeting. I think right now they're running a promotion for a free trial, right? Is that what it says? Does it say how long that lasts? Did anybody click on? 7 days, okay. So at some point, it's not gonna work that way. Everybody listen to me real quick, okay? I'll try to keep this really simple. So at 40 minutes, Zoom will time you out if you have a free account, okay? So if you're gonna do Zoom meetings and you wanna do it on Zoom, when you're on page 7, at the bottom, it shouldn't take you that long to get there. But page 7 at the bottom, I would write close Zoom. So you can close the Zoom, okay? All you do when you're doing a demo and you're getting close to the 40-minute mark is, hey, Aunt Sally, I have the free Zoom, so it's actually gonna kick us out real quick, and then it's gonna kick us back in. So all you need to do is, I'm gonna hang this up, is just click join again. That's it. So as long as you make an account and you have a profile, you're gonna have the same meeting ID for every single meeting that you do. So all they need to do is just, it'd be like this if I ended this Zoom, right? So, oh, well, we gotta go, I'm in the Zoom, and then I click end meeting. And then I would click join meeting again, and it pops right back up. So you only lose them for like, 30 seconds if they're really slow. Does that make sense? And then you go, okay, cool, hey, welcome back, sorry about that. Right into the next thing. So that's option A, in no particular order, is you could do all of your Zoom meetings that way, where you just close it at 40 minutes, it's free or whatever, okay? Another option is you could buy the Zoom where you never have to log out ever, okay? So like this is a premium Zoom is what they call it. So that means this meeting would go forever if I never ended it. Does that make sense? Now it's like $15 a month, I think. So if you ever want to do that, it's like one demo pays for it, but it's up to you. The other option is that you could do Google Meet. Okay. And let me click this. Yep, this is how you do the Zoom thing. Is you leave the meeting temporarily, you click end meeting for all, and then you just restart the meeting using the same meeting ID. And then all the participants can rejoin using the original link, making the transition really smooth. Does that make sense to everybody? So you can do that, or you can buy the premium one, that's $15 a month, or you can do Google Meet. And Google Meet is very similar to Zoom, but there's no time limit on Google Meet with 2 participants. So if you do Google Meet, it never times out, and you don't have to pay for it either. Okay, we have reps that kind of do combo of them. It's whatever you want to do. You can try both out. Does that make sense? Now, again, when you do a Zoom meeting or an online meeting, all you're doing is you're calling them at the time of the demo, and you say, hey, Aunt Sally, really excited to meet with you guys. Are you in front of your computer at home? Okay, let me know when you get there. All they need to do is just go to zoom.us. So let me show you this, zoom.us. Then they need to click join a meeting. And then you're just gonna read them off. Hey, click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then she's gonna pop up. Oh, hey, good to see you. I'm gonna hang up the phone. And then you're on with them. That makes sense? So you're calling them and you're just walking them through how to hop on over the phone. It's just easier that way with technology for people. Any questions on how to get on with it or get logged on to it? The only other thing is once you get them logged on is you want to share your screen with the customer, okay? So all you do is you click this giant green button that has an arrow that says share. And then you can share your whole screen, or you can share a specific tab. I always want to make sure I click share sound so they can hear the videos. So when you share your screen, you can click the share sound button as well. And then they can see my whole screen. So if you were in my meeting right now, this is what you'd be looking at. And then if I do this, you're looking at that. If I do this, you're looking at, well, then you're looking at that. It's pretty simple. Any questions on lines?
What's the ID? Did you say that on the state?
Yeah, you want to make so create an account so that you have a personal meeting ID. Click the drop down on the left under my account. And then I'll leave this up here. And then under profile, you can set up your personal meeting ID.
Might look like that. My Zoom does not look like Yeah, yeah. It looks totally different.
Are you on the website or the app? Like
Website. Oh.
We can come over and help you. For everyone else, we're gonna let you log into your accounts. Okay, so this is kind of like a working, whatever you want to call it, login break or whatever. For those of you that are good on Zoom, go ahead and we're gonna have you log into your Vector Connect account. So I would do this on your laptop if you have your laptop. You want to go to Vector Connect and then you're going to click create username and then sign. This is all self-explanatory. You're going to sign all in, make a password. That's where you can put in your, where you go to school for scholarships. It's where you can put in your direct deposit, all that good stuff.
The Vector.
It's on the screen, vectorconnect.com. It's also on the front of your manual. Mm-hmm. Alexa, play.
This is what my, okay, so now my, the vector work, that's it.
you should have gotten a contract as well. For you to fill out.
That makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Do we have to create, or is it the same like passwords and stuff that we use for our app?
But create username. You haven't made this yet. The different than what anything you've done before. Now, click create username, just like it's on the screen. Just follow the login info.
Said that mom was an invalid graduation date. But she your treasury says, well, you can't see it. You have to. I obviously already safe, but you should go back to the.
I just like it.
Now, just creating an account.
I was just wondering if they sent the code
Make that something simple.
They send it to your. Well, they send it to
Yeah, let's say it's not small. Just trying to check your data. That's it. Every single time. I don't need to say right thing. So you go to that app again, simple Okay. And then, always see it in the next.
Okay.
Same month every single metro. And then with closing. You guys talk about closing, so you guys- but yeah. There. What actual? I think you start with high school. I think the college is the next one. Did she put 20? But you figure college and it's just giving you a chance for the scholarship, just. Go.
So for your routing and account number, most of you probably have it in your online banking. It's the same numbers at the bottom of a check, but that's your routing number is the 8-digit one, your account number is your personal one. So under yours.
No. Yeah.
Is there a way you can search on that?
No.
No.
No. The account.
You gotta go in more. Or you do that.
Yeah.
I can slip on just be like social media. Yeah.
I don't know, but your bank does. And you could always call, like you always. So if you guys don't know your direct deposit, as long as you set it up by Monday night, you can still get your first paycheck on direct deposit. You could, I would recommend doing your bank accounts a little bit more.
Well, bank
Normal.
Well, you think of America.
Okay, so you did it, so all you do is click Peyton's name, click match. And then yes,
I live in Lansing.
great, and you should be able to watch.
You guys have an app for your?
Yeah.
So
It should be like in your account, like under your profile. Or
some
your balance.
Yeah, you were saying. Okay. Really, we're gonna be going.
Do you have like a spot on here that says like account with them? Cause if I go to account with them, it's just like.
Anybody all the way locked in and everything? Oh.
It'd be good. I just been skipping it.
No.
Yeah, I think this is.
Get yours. Direct deposit. Are you good?
Yeah.
Electronic tax forms,
Yeah, you can skip it. It's just like something you can do more.
and then sign. Oh, wait. Wait, did I do something wrong?
I am late.
And then.
We both want
to
Like, I'm not looking.
So the next step we're gonna do once you're logged in is you're gonna get to Cutco shop button. So you're gonna click the three little bubbles in the top left-hand corner. So you're there. You have to be on a laptop for this, you have to click orders,
Okay.
and then click
I
enter
tried.
orders. And then log in on that, so that's the password you just created. For you, you can just go here and tap, and also your phone. Earlier, the Cutco orders app.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so I just.
And then log in with the same info.
Is this, do they have an app or is it just an website?
You already downloaded the app, but go here, just like up there, and then click Cutco orders. And then enter orders, and then log in.
Oh, I did that. Right, I'm done.
So I think that's your,
Oh.
wait, delete all that. See if it's in this one.
It's on my schedule.
Oh, I have to submit all.
What deleted all
Oh.
Great. Now click the little bubbles, click on Cutco orders, and then web version, and then. I can't remember what email you used at the beginning. It's because you're replicating stuff on.
This is the same.
Everything is like, it's slowing down, it's just that.
I put that in my phone, so like, I know how to reset it. I think I learned to read that.
Once it comes through, we would get it, and then we need to send it to you to verify it. We're just waiting on your mom to say graduated, lost all that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, try going all the way.
Wait, I got
We got table knives and green on.
Boom. That's why.
Okay, yes.
Help your neighbor if they need. Once you're logged in, make sure you go to the top of Vector Connect. And get to the Cutco orders. That's where we're gonna practice placing orders.
Yeah.
I click, save the home page.
You can just skip it for now if you can't figure it out. You can always add it later.
It's where you
So you wanna go here for Cutco orders? What's up? Can you say it verbally?
Can you get it? Really, you good?
You'll be fine.
Okay, so like when you start every day, you log in your virtual or in person.
Not over.
No?
Everybody, once you're logged in, go to Cutco orders, log in through there. So I can teach you how to place orders and all that.
Go down.
You guys wipe me out of steak knives. Did everyone get the steak knife for the peeler if they hit their thing?
I had like,
I'll look for you.
Well, if they, the homemaker, yeah,
Like, I mean, whatever.
yeah, whatever it is, we'll show you how to do it.
Okay. This.
At 56. So you get an extra day, just not Cutco. You have 11 days in your fast start for your prices. You logged into that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. If you get logged in, start playing around with it. Once you get logged in, start playing around with the shop button. Want to make sure everybody's on the same page, and then we will practice placing some orders. All good? Good.
Alright, pitch.
Oh, yeah.
Get off of that.
It won't let me skip this right now.
Promise, I promise. You just gotta say I don't have a check mark or whatever. I don't have a savings. It's not letting you skip what? The direct deposit?
Yeah.
You just have to click no.
For there?
Yeah.
I can change it later.
Yep. Give me a change.
Okay. Unless you go get
Let me
it.
hold the dog. Yeah, let me. I got you, babe. I got you, babe, next Friday.
Or did you want them though? Okay. 20. Just take this, I'll send you 10. Unless you want another 5, I'll give you 5.
And then you just have to do your whatever on what you have on there, and then you're.
You guys ready to place some orders? Jay, just text me your Venmo or whatever. You're good. You just need to get where we're at now. You just need to click the bubbles on the side. And then click Cutco orders. And then log in. Same login you just did. Just sent it. All right, Alexa, pause. Cool, we're gonna place orders. If you need help, just ask your neighbor, raise your hand, Dylan can come around and help you. All right, so here's the first thing you wanna do. On the app, take a look, and there's 2 ways you can like put something together. You can either go to individual pieces, right? Homemaker pieces, there's all the specialty pieces, which is like the ultimate signature pieces. There's the cutlery sets, there's the flatware, all that stuff. So there's all these like icons on the page. Or you can type in something individually at the top. It just has to have 3 letters before it will pop up with anything. So if you want to type in spatula, SP, you have to put A, and then it'll pop up. And all you do is like click add to cart. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys some things to add to the cart. I want you to add all these: the trimmer, the spatula, the Petite Chef butcher knife, Hardy slicer. And then I want you to bonus the super shears. Now the Hardy slicer's in green because it's a specialty piece.
And you get it, okay, the orders out.
Yeah.
Got it?
You say bonus is super.
Troubleshoot it before you ask a question. Mm-hmm. Because it's a specialty piece. So it's not under the homemaker icon. So you either have to type it in or you got to go to the specialty pieces.
There guys.
Woo.
Okay, good.
Woo. What's your CPO for those that have it?
31.
531? Yep. Yeah, make sure you bonus the shears.
That's not bad.
You already did it. You
Should I leave this?
Why is it my?
I don't know.
1.7.
Online shopping.
Oh,
Are you like, are you like flicking?
Yes, you don't, like, literally live on one.
The orders app is also cool on the homepage. You can see all the demos you have booked up and stuff like that too, if you didn't see that.
Yeah, where do you go next?
You're right where we are. Now all you're doing is adding those pieces.
I can't get that.
No, we got that. You're Cutco.com. Your click is happening. So click, go to the go to the back to the Electric Parts website.
Add gift wrapping.
Okay, maybe it's like where you. There you go.
Okay.
I don't even know, cause I need to tell you, just click home for anything. Wait, try going back.
All right, for those of you that are ready, we're gonna move on to the next one. Here's my next one. Add a homemaker plus 8 set.
Wait, what was after the super?
Wait, go back.
All right,
Oh,
nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. 531 CPO.
It's just a color coming back.
It's just because it's not a homemaker piece. If you would kindly make sure your neighbor is successful, that would be so nice, so we can
yeah, it was.
keep her moving. Thank you so much.
Now it's fine.
Go get rid
All right, now empty your cart.
Make a close.
Empty your cart, and then you're gonna add a homemaker plus 8 for the next one. Classic color, cherry blocks. When you click on the homemaker, like so, you can click on the sets, click on homemaker sets, and that's where you can change like the color, right? You can change the block, right? With table knives, if it's a basic, it's that one, which again, it's already automatically on the plus 8 with the table knives. And then you're gonna change it to cherry. And then just scroll down, add that to the cart. Yep, on this one, yep. And then bonus, give me an entertainer pack. Give me an entertainer pack for free.
Free speed?
Nope, just type in entertainer pack, the whole thing. If you give a peeler, you could, but that's pretty cheap, but. Yep, empty the cart and then add the homemaker next. So that's what your cart should look like next. Entertainer pack for free, yep.
Oh, where's?
That's not fair. Yeah, it's a whole new one. Ooh, that's a miss.
Give me a thumbs up if you got it.
Press the button, and then it'll say bonus.
You're not. You, just wanna straight up.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Nuh-uh.
You need to go to the app now, if you're on your phone. The Cutco orders on these Yep.
Entertainer pack. I get cherry.
Hey, give me some cherry. Good. Seem pretty simple so far. Did you get it, Sol?
Nice, good.
All right, so real quick, look up here.
Oh.
I want to show you what this what CPO, how it works. So CPO stands for commission paid on. It's basically the CPO minus what you give for free is your net CPO. Okay. Now, very quickly, I'll show you there is a Cutco price list. Don't even look at your laptop. Just look up here. So there's a Cutco price list. You never need to go to this, but every single thing that Cutco has, there is a in full, like individual, like the homemaker is 1924 individual. There's the retail price, there's the CPO. And that stands for commission paid on. It's always a little bit less than the retail price, because you don't get paid for like the boxing, shipping, handling, stuff like that. So it's a little bit less. And then there's the point value, which is when you give free stuff. So what we just did, the CPO is $14.99, right? So your thing should say $14.99. And then what it's doing is it's minusing the entertainer pack. So we gotta go find the entertainer pack on my screen. Probably just search it. There it is. So retails for 286. If someone buys the entertainer pack from you, it's 237 CPO. If you give it for free, it's 210. I'll give you another quick example. The shears. If you give the shears for free, it's only 100 points. So technically, the shears are the best thing to give for free for you, because this order would be $14.99 minus 100, so your CPO would be $13.99 if it was the shears for free instead of the entertainer pack. Does that make sense? So it does all this automatically for you. You don't have to do the math. I just kind of want you to understand like how it works. Give me a nod if that makes sense. You're kind of giving me like one of these, so I'm just making sure.
Number math sometimes.
It's good. You don't have to do it at this job. Last one, empty your cart. Give me an ultimate with some steak knife. Give me one of those. And then you can put whatever you want for free in there. Give me an ulti with steak. And then give me some good free stuff. Ultimate set, some steak. I'm going pearl with the cherry. Nice. Let's give I'm gonna go some hunting, some goodies. Bang. You can get one of those for free. I'm doing a barbecue set for free for sure.
Yeah.
Up to $600. Yeah. Then I'm gonna do can openers.
Say the steak knife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they're more expensive.
I'm gonna do pearl.
Or 600.
There's some free gadgets and.
Whatever you want. Let me know your CPL once you got it.
They're getting the entertainer pack, barbecue.
3,561. Way to make it confusing. Awesome. I got 3,291 CPO. 3396.
Oh.
Who's excited to click the checkout button on that one? Yeah, whatever. You can? What is it? 141, 33141.
And an extra set of.
Hey, some people need 2 shears. I have 3 shears in my kitchen. Yeah, but it's included. But actually with the ultimate and the signature, they get all 3 cutting boards. They get the medium, small, and large.
Be like anything.
Yeah, within 600.
Like all the stuff.
Did everybody get it? Just want to make sure.
I got 31 cents.
Cool. All right, look up here. I'm gonna show you how to place an order. Okay, somebody throw me their credit card, okay? All right, so when you're ready to place an order on a demo, you click checkout. Okay, don't do this on yours, just look up here for it. Okay, and then all you do is you put in all their info. Okay, so I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna put my mom's name in real quick. Just for time's sake, so we can come on. If it's a new customer, you click new customer. If they already own Cutco, you click reorder. The date's already in there. You put the address in, their email, if they want a receipt, all that. If the shipping is the same as the billing, you just keep it the same. If they ship it somewhere else for some reason, you can change it. Most of the time, it's probably going to their house. Then you click next, and then the next thing is ground shipping. It's always ground shipping unless they want to pay for it to come like immediately for some reason. I would say 98% of people will do their credit card or their debit card or whatever. Okay. We don't take a check or money order. We don't do that anymore. So don't take that. All right. St. Girl Scout cookies. They could also do PayPal as well too. If they wanted to do that, they can do that. It does a quick like verification of their PayPal once you get in there that I can't show you live, since we're not buying it right now. But they can still split it up with PayPal. Okay. Let's pretend it's credit card, and let's say my mom's doing a 5-pay. All right, so I click the 5-pay. So it's $768 plus the $20 admin fee. I click next. It's got her address, all that stuff in there. And once you put the address in with the zip code, it gives you the tax. Right. So like my parents live in Marion, Iowa, so the tax is like 7%. It's a lot lower than like here, right? So depending on their area, that's where their tax will differ a little bit. What else? And then right here it shows the total is 4112. It also shows the remaining balance after the first payment. It shows what each payment would be, 822, and then the customer's total. And then you put the credit card in. And then if they're there, you can have them sign it. If they're not there, like on online, you just click customer not present. You can email yourself a receipt if you want, and then you just click place order. The last page is just which email do you want it to look like, this template or this one. Just do new customer. And then that's it. It's really simple. It's slow to update on your Vector Connect, like this spin wheel. You know how I'm at like 15.9 million or whatever. So you guys could get me to 16, that'd be great. But it's slow to update on the wheel. Okay. So don't sweat it, but you can always see your orders once you place them on the homepage of the orders app. Just like you saw your demos there when you first got in, you can also see your orders that go through on there too. Okay. Any questions on how to place an order? Pretty easy. Ready to place some orders?
Yeah.
All right. We've got communication, some advanced tips, and then role play. Do you guys want to take a 5-minute break? All right, let's do it. All right, let's do it. Okay, let's go through communication. This is a rather, well, it's a really important section, but it's not super complicated either. Alexa, pause. Okay. So I just handed you a sheet. We're going to go through that here in a second. If you flip it to the back, there's a QR code. The QR code takes you to this thing. You can do it if you want, or you can look up here either way. So it takes you to this, which is just like the template, the fast start template for you. Okay. It has like training in there, right? It has, you can come to Rising Star tomorrow if you'd like to. I know some of you are planning on doing that. A lot of the stuff in the yellow is really just kind of a suggestion. It's not like you have to or mandatory type thing. It's just a suggestion. Like the phone jam, you don't have to come, but you could come. I think it's great to book up your Monday through Wednesday if you don't have them booked up by like Sunday, evening, because you want to make sure. Now, one thing I would really suggest, we have the advanced training or division meeting from 1 to 4. Remember, ignore the email that says 10:30. Ignore that. It's not 10:30. Okay. So it's 1 to 4. I would almost beg you or encourage you strongly to do demos after that. You're going to leave that meeting like you're going to want to run through a brick wall. So I'm just being like, so if you can get a 4:30 or 5, a 6, like get 3 demos that night, you probably will have a grand night. Okay. So that would be my suggestion. And then we'll talk about the mornings here in a second, but the mornings, simply, you can either come to the office for Champs Club or you can check in over the phone. Okay. I'll explain like kind of like what we're looking for there, but that's the simplicity of it just on the weekdays. Okay. And then the team meeting is Wednesday, 6:30. So that's, here at the office, we go 6:30 to 9 to the team meeting, and then we do a team night out afterwards. Okay. My rule of thumb is, again, I already talked to you earlier about meetings and stuff like that. My main rule of thumb is if we have a meeting, it's probably there for you to like learn or get better. Okay. Now a team meeting, we only have a team meeting 1 time per week. So it's like the one time per week we all kind of get together and stuff like that. If you have any conflicts over any of the stuff that's on here, no sweat, but just please let me or Dylan know, like before you leave today, for sure on the advanced trade. Like if you can't make that, I for sure gotta know, because otherwise I have you checked as like, you're good, right? Yep, yep, says it at the top too.
Wait.
And you have it in your schedule that we made last night, but you missed that part, yep. Okay, I'll come up for questions at the end if you have any. Thursday is also a great night to book appointments because it'll help you set up your weekend. AKA, you guys just phoned last night. What did it help you do? Yeah, helps you set up your weekend, right? And Friday's great too, right? There's not a bad time to phone. It's just like, these are some of the most prime ones. Sunday books your early week. Thursday helps book your weekend. Wednesday will help start kind of the end of your week and the weekend and stuff like that too. And then the mornings are a great time to make calls as well. Okay. As far as like Champs Club goes, okay, so Champs Club is in the morning. We have it available from 8 to 9:30, Monday through Friday. Okay. Again, if your goal is 10,000, it should be a slam dunk that you're at Champions Club. I wouldn't book a demo over it. Demos are an inconvenience to phone time, but it's like for the cream of the crop, it's like the top people. There's a saying that broke people sleep in and successful people get up early. So we basically just made an organization where people can kind of thrive at a really high level together. I would say it's, if you want to earn 1,000, 2,000 plus your first 10 days, come to Champions Club. It's an invitation. It's not an obligation, but our most successful people on our team are the ones that attend this. That's Champions Club in the morning. The advanced training, again, you just got to learn how to crawl before you can run, right? Advanced training in the division meeting will make way more sense to you after you've done demos. If I was to run the advanced training today at 4:15, you'd be like, this doesn't make that much sense because you haven't done demos. So you want to experience doing demos. That's why we have you come back for that portion as well too. Team meetings. Okay, so if you ever can't make a team meeting on a Wednesday night because you have a legit reason, like you're out of town, maybe you got the short end of the stick and your other part-time job scheduled you on Wednesday night or something like that. We just need to know by Monday night. So just give us like a 48-hour notice. Okay. Most jobs, if you need a shift off, which this is the only shift you have after your fast start every week, you got to normally give them 2 weeks at least, and then maybe you get it off, right? So we just need a 48-hour notice if you ever can't make a team meeting, if you're out of town or have a real reason. Now, a real reason is like what I explained. Like a not good reason would be like, oh, well, I was gonna go drinking with my friends at 7 that night. So that would not be a good reason to miss a team meeting. You can go after the team meeting. Now, the team night out, okay, we do that right after the team meeting. My rule is you got to come to your first 2 team night outs. If you don't like your team after the first 2, you don't have to come anymore. Okay. But they're fun. It's where you get to kind of like hang out, let loose a little bit. And you get to know other people on the team as well. Okay. The reason I have phone jams in the schedule is the job revolves around the phone, right? Cutco is the easy part. You don't have to be good to sell Cutco. Cutco sells itself, but the phoning is the most important part about the job, which is why you want to have some of those in your schedule to help you keep booking up demos. Again, Champions Club in the morning from 8 to 9:30. 8 to 9 is just phone time. And then 9 to 9:30 is you get to learn. So like on the first day of Champions Club, I believe we go through how to set goals and you learn from a Cutco sales professional that sold millions of dollars. So it's like we really hook it up for the people that come to Champions Club. I'm gonna try to see the order of the playlist we have. So we have that one. The second day, I'm sorry, the first day is the welcome one. The second day is goal sharing. The third day, you learn how to sell big sets. The fourth day, we do a huge like list. And then the fifth day is how to finish your fast start strong. And then there's like other ones that we teach along the way as well too. Okay, I don't really care where you phone, but what I can tell you is the reps that phone from the office usually have the best results. It's just easier. You probably noticed that a little bit from last night. It's just easier to do it when other people are doing it too. So the office is yours again, as much as it is mine. It's, you know, we try to be kind of available as much as we possibly can. If you're like the 5% of reps that are more productive from home, then prove it, do it, you know. But most people are way better at making calls and scheduling stuff from the office. So that would be my suggestion. Again, conflicts are cool as long as you just give us a notice. That's it for the schedule review. Any questions on the schedule review? Not individual ones, but like a group question,
Yeah, so our Champs Club is gonna be every week.
Yeah, we have it every week.
Okay.
Well, it's Monday through Friday. Yep. And then Rising Star is like the Champions Club on the weekend. It's just a little bit later. It's 8:30 to 10:30.
Gotcha.
Great question. Good. All right, so you guys have this. When you do a demo, this is a really important part. When you do a demo, you got to fill out a form after your demo. Okay. So on this QR code, so hopefully you never need to ask me where this is at, because it's literally on the QR code. The second tab says base pay entry form. That's what you click on. See this? And then you click this form. And then this is what you fill out after a demo. So if you want to practice clicking it, go for it. Okay. You can do it from your phone or your laptop, whatever. All this says is, please make sure you fill these out after your demos. If you have any questions, ask your coach. If for some reason you can't do that, please make sure you get them all in by the end of the day, no exceptions. And then it's just basic info. What's your name? You'd put your name, right? Not the customer's name. Down here, you'd put the customer's name. Okay. What's their phone number? Did you make a sale? What did you sell? Okay. What Mo asked me what this means. This is just like an explanation, right? So if they didn't buy for some reason, you might say like, I don't know, too much cash, or just bought, I don't know, whatever, right? What did you sell? That's where you can say like homemaker +8 or 3 knives or whatever. How many referrals did you get? 6, whatever it is. Check all that applied. Was the customer married? If they're married, you're going to click married. If they're over 30, you're going to click the 30 button. If they're a homeowner, you're going to click the homeowner button. So hopefully, mostly all yours look like that. Okay. And then who did you sit down with? Both spouses? Was it just the wife? Was it a single woman? Was it an only husband? AKA should not have sat down with just him? Or was it a single man? AKA not allowed to show a single man. Unless it's like your dad or your dad approved or your grandpa. Okay. And then did they own Cutco? Yes or no? And then the last one is, did you call in on for PDI on or after your demo? So think of your checkout over the phone as like the base pay checkout, no matter what, with your coach. Okay. So you got to call, you got to have good communication. So hopefully you're checking yes every time to that. And then you just click your coach's name. Or you can click, I didn't call in. I understand this will get me $0 in base pay. Don't click that one, right? Does that make sense? Okay. So you got to check in. All right, let's talk about check-ins. So on this sheet, let's breeze through this. It says communication is the most important part of Vector. It's how we judge our reps is based on their communication and attitude. So don't give up on yourself. We'll never give up on a rep on our team. The guidelines below help you grow your paychecks and increase your capacity. First thing says, I will call my manager before my first appointment of the day. So like tomorrow, you don't need to call in if you're not going to be at Rising Star. You don't need to call in at like 8 o'clock or anything like that. You just call in before your first one. So if you don't have one tomorrow until like 2 p.m., then just call us at 1:45 or whatever to check in. Hey, getting started for the day. Does that make sense? I will call after my demo. Now, a lot of times you're going to call on your demo for a deal, or you can call after. Okay. But it's like the checkout. When you check out, we're going to be like, how did it go? And then you're going to tell us how it went. Now, please don't be like, it was so amazing. Oh my gosh. I had a no sale. And they didn't give me any recommendations. Because I'm going to be like, don't ever call me again. Like that. All right. But when you call afterwards, we can give you like a tip maybe, if you need a tip, or we can give you some advice, right? Like even this guy, Cam Coffee, he sold a homemaker on his first demo. He called me afterwards and he was like, I have a question. What if they would have said this. And I was like, okay, I would have said this. And he's like, okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Because I feel like that might happen at some point. And I was like, yeah, it could. The next demo, he sold a galley +6. He called me afterwards. He's like, dude, I'm so glad I asked you that tip. I just sold a galley +6, and they did that exact thing that you were talking about. And I was like, great. So sometimes you'll want to ask questions even when you do make a sale. Okay. And that's what your coach is there for. When you need a deal on a demo, call on the demo. Okay. If anyone ever reschedules or cancels, just update your coach. We're never going to be mad at you, but just keep us on the same page because we can see like when your demos are, like the times of them. So if Jay has a demo at like 2 o'clock, and he doesn't call his coach before then, and it's like 3 o'clock. Dylan, is it Dylan?
Yeah.
Dylan's probably like, I wonder if Jay's good because he didn't check in, right? Because we know you're driving to demos and stuff. So sometimes we like assume the worst, and not that we're like your parent or anything, but like we are, kind of responsible for you in a sense. So just make sure you're in good communication with your coach or your manager. If your manager ever doesn't answer, no worries. We also have lives. You can just shoot us a text with the update of the demo, or you can post it in the group me if you make a sale. So sometimes we'll see, oh, group me, boom. Oh, I missed their call. Oh, we put 2 and 2 together. Oh, they sold the galley. Okay, cool. They're, whatever. If you need help on a demo, this one, call twice. So if I'm talking to Aiden on the phone and he's like, yeah, I had a question about recommendations or something like that, and Peyton calls me, right? I might not answer her first call, but if he calls me again or she calls me again right away, I'm gonna be like, oh, Aiden, Peyton's double tapping me. I gotta go. I'll call you later. Hey, what's up? And then she's like, I'm on a demo. They're interested in the homemaker, something like that. Does that make sense? So it's like an international Cutco sign of like, I need a deal. Okay. So you just call 2 times. Now, don't call me 2 times any other time though, because I'll literally hang up with someone to answer your phone call. And if you're like, hey, just calling to say, checking in, how are you doing? I'm gonna be like, what, do you need a deal? Like what's going on? Okay. So 2 times, don't call 5 times in a row. All right. You do have other managers on here too. If you ever can't get a hold of me, and I'll update this too. I'll put Tony on here, but you have like Josie, you have Asia, you have Raylan, you have some of our key staff members. So you have a bunch of people's numbers on there that you can call if your coach doesn't answer. Your first 2 calls are always going to be myself or Dylan or Tony though. That makes sense. I'll put them in, I'll organize it so it's in order, but you have a bunch of people you can reach out to if for some reason we're not answering, because we do have lives as well too. But also I pay them to answer their phone. So
On the form, Tony's name is not on it.
yep, I gotta update it
Okay,
because he just got promoted 2 days ago.
okay. You want me to just put you or Dylan or something?
No, I'll change it in like
Oh,
an hour.
oh,
Yeah. It'll be fixed.
okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. Okay, let's talk about the mornings. Okay, so when you check in the morning, all right, you can either come to the office or you can call us in the morning. So you can either come to the office for Champions Club or you can come in the morning. Most reps have phenomenal communication, but if a rep has bad communication, they just can't work here. That's why we have the guidelines, and it's just we can't do anything for them. And if somebody can't communicate, I can't help them get better at their job. So last week we have 2 people that we haven't officially like said we don't want to work with you, but we're pretty close because they're awful at communication. And it's just like it's not hard to communicate. It takes 0 skills. Okay. Plus if somebody's not communicating, then it jeopardizes my assistant manager's time to have to like try to track someone down, and like that's not their job. Their job should be to be like helping people sell a bunch of Cutco or like, having a life and stuff like that too. Plus I won't allow somebody to work on my team and hold $500 worth of Cutco out of my pocket if they have poor communication, right? That's basically the only way you can lose your job with us, is just if you don't communicate or if you do something like really unethical. Okay. But attitude's the only thing that matters, attitude and communication. When you check in the mornings, all I'm looking for is what's your goal? It's on here, right? What's your goal today? How many do you have today? What's your goal tomorrow? And how many do you have tomorrow? So if Jay calls in the morning, literally, I'm going to be like, what's up, Jay? He's gonna be like, hey, just wanted to check in. Cool. What's going on? Well, I have 5 demos today. My goal is 5. Tomorrow I have 3 and my goal is 3. And then Wednesday, I have 1 so far, but my goal is 4. And I'm gonna say, great, sounds good. Do you have any questions? Nope. Hey, make sure you book those other 3 demos for Wednesday today. Do you have a time you're planning on calling? Yeah, right now. All right, cool. Can you guys make sure you stay with me for this part? It's really important. We're talking about communication. Okay. So that's it. That's all I need is what's your goal today, tomorrow, and the next day, and how many do you have? Okay. It's really simple, but like this is my life in the morning. So I have the time dedicated for our team from 7:45 to 9:30 to like try to talk to everyone on our team. So it's really important that you call in. If you don't call in the first day, I'm gonna be like, okay, you got one, you know, I screwed up one, right? And I'll give you a text or a call and be like, hey, I'm sure you forgot, but like make sure you check in. But if you don't call in Monday and Tuesday, what do you think that's telling me? I'm not a good communicator, or I'm like really lazy, or I don't care, one of those, right? If you don't call in 3 days in a row, what do you think I'm thinking? I mean, I'm not gonna fire you, but like, it's not gonna be, yeah, it's not gonna be a fun comp. I'm be like, can you seriously not make a phone call? Like, here's what I'm asking for, at a minimum. If you don't wanna come to the office for Champions Club with the top reps, all you need to do is literally set your alarm, roll over, click the Nate button. You could literally, your breath could smell, you could be hungover, I don't care, and just be like, hey, I have 4 demos today. My goal is 4. Tomorrow's this, that's that. That's all I need. And you can be like, see ya. Okay, that's all I need. I need the numbers. Does that make sense? Okay. If you can't do that, you're just like, I mean, if you worked at Walmart, you at 9 a.m., like you would be up at like 8, shower, hopefully, maybe eat breakfast. You have to drive to Walmart, then you'd have to clock in, work at Walmart. I'm like, can you roll over, right, and give me a phone call? I run a multi-million-dollar business. Like, just make things simple. Okay. I want to help you be successful, and that's what we can do in the morning. Now, our top reps are at Champions Club, but if you can't come to Champions Club, no sweat. But if you call me at like 7:47, I have way more time to talk to you if you have questions than if you call at 9:22. 9:22, I'm like, what's your name? Gabe, how many demos today? 4. Okay, tomorrow? Hurry up. Like, because I got a lot of people calling. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to be me. It's just like that's the time we have to like deal and like really help coach our team and stuff like that outside of the events. Okay. So to keep it simple, in the weekend, you just check in 4 and after demos, and then you call me in the mornings on the weekdays. Does that make sense? Call me in the morning on the weekdays. Okay. And on the weekends, check in after your demos with your coach. Cool. All right. Any questions on communication? Yep. You'll always call your coach for deals and stuff, but check in with me in the mornings on the weekdays. Yep. Weekdays. Coaches all the time. Me in the morning on the weekdays. Okay. Unless I am your coach, then that's the same thing, right? Yeah. You don't even need a call. Yeah, that'd be weird, right? Because I'm not gonna be like, call me. Yeah, we just get your number. I'm just like, hey, what's up? Good to see you, Peyton. Hey, how many demos do you have today? That's all. We just do it like verbally. Was that your question?
No, where do you find the daily presentation report again?
On the the QR code on the back.
No, I mean like
It's in one of those tabs.
That's what this is. Click this. Click the tab at the bottom that says base pay form. And then
yeah, I don't think it works too well.
You have to download the app.
or you can download that, whatever. Whatever works.
I would just open my computer later.
And if you really need the link, your coach could always text you the link if you can't figure out the scan thing.
Yeah, we'll probably get it.
No, I got it scanned, it's just like there's no tab on the phone.
Because like the links are like in the way of the link.
I understand. Like I said, if you really need us, we can text you the link, no problems. Okay? Are you guys cool if we move on? Otherwise, we're gonna get out at 4 o'clock on the dot. I was hoping to maybe get through stuff quicker. We good?
Yeah.
I don't wanna move on unless we're clear, but I'm certainly ready. You good?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. I got one more thing and then we're gonna role play. You ready? Okay, grab your notes. I'm gonna give you a couple advanced tips. This is the last thing, then we're gonna role play, and then you're gonna get your sample kits. And then we are out there slinging blades, baby. Okay. Okay. All right, so at the end of a demo, this is what I would call my advanced tips. Do you guys think you can hang with me on this? All right, what I'm gonna teach you in the next 10 minutes or so is gonna help you sell more Cutco than anything you learned the last 3 days. Okay, I think this is one of the messages or reasons why our office sells so much Cutco right out of the gates. And it's what I'm gonna tell you here, okay? So at the end of a demo, one of two things happens, right? Number one, they buy. Number two, they don't buy, right? So no sale or else they buy, right? Those are the two things that happens. Now, remember, 1 out of 10 people buy a homemaker set, right? So we sell a lot of different options. We sell some bigger sets, some smaller sets, some stuff in between, some pieces and all that kind of stuff, okay? If you can, if you have your manual near you, page 9 is where all those knee-jerk reactions are. I'm gonna touch on those really quick because I'm gonna give you kind of like the psychology behind the sale, okay? Or what the customer's thinking. So if you do the demo and when you ask for the order, if you say, did you want to get the homemaker today? And they say no, does that mean that they can't afford Cutco?
No.
It just means they can't afford the homemaker plus 8 paid in full, right? So that's why you're going to do the knee jerk that gives them an opportunity to try it out on the 5-pay, right? Because think about it. A lot of the time, it really just comes down to the price. Right? Like, if the homemaker was $112, how many do you think you'd sell out of 10? Probably, yeah. Right? But it's not, right? And it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter that much if it was 1,200 or 1,600 or if it was 2,200 or 2,600. Like, it all has to do with value, okay? And most importantly, we want to know what the reason is behind it. Okay, so all of the knee-jerk reactions on page 9, those are called smokescreen objections. What a smokescreen objection is, it's just you're saying one thing, you mean something else. I'll give you an example. The classic breakup lines are, it's not you, it's me. I just really need to focus on school right now. I'm really busy. I just have to save so much money this summer. I just can't, I wouldn't be able to give you everything you need. Or some other good ones.
I don't know yourself.
I gotta focus. Yeah, I gotta focus on myself. You get the point, right? So those are called smokescreen objections. What they really mean is, hey, I'm not interested in being with you anymore, and maybe I'm not really willing to tell you the real reason. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. It's breakup. Okay. That's the same thing on a Cutco demo. Okay. Is those things, they're just not telling you the real reason. Okay. And that's what the knee jerks do, is they give you an opportunity to understand what the real reason is. I'm going to give you an example. I might be on the homemaker plus 8 set and they might be like, we love it. It's just a little bit too much money. So what does that mean? It means they need a better deal. Okay. And so what I would do is call in, because we might be able to hook them up with a better deal. In fact, if you guys look at that sheet I gave you, or you don't have to, but I can tell you, one of the things on here is there's a deal on the homemaker plus 8 set, I think. Yeah, it's right there. So literally there's a deal right now. Don't show this to them first. This is like a knee-jerk reaction, lowering the price thing. So if you call in, all you do is ring, ring, ring. Hello. Hey, Nate. It's Abby. How's it going, Abby? Hey, I'm on a demo. My customer likes the homemakers just a little bit too much. What I'm gonna say, gotcha. Do you have those specials with you? Yup. Pull it out. Got it. Okay. Why don't you tell them that instead of 1664 today only, they can do it for 1306. How about that? What? Really? Yep. Call me after your sale. All right, I'll call you after the sale. Bye. Hey, Mrs. Jones. You just explain it to them. I'll show you how to write it up and all that. Same thing. Always, always. All right, just stay with me. No questions for this part. Okay, just write it down. No worries. So those deals are awesome, okay? And it does, again, same thing, it lowers your CPO a little bit, right? So you want to sell it straight up if you can, but it's a great like drop down just in case. So that's like it's too much money thing. There might be a customer that's just like, I would never use the slicer, I don't know, for example, okay? And that's the reason they're saying no to the homemaker set. But you don't know that unless you ask. What is it about the homemaker you're not quite sure of? Right? Eventually they might say, you know, actually, I just didn't really like all the pieces. Oh, okay. Which pieces didn't you like? Or which piece? I don't think I'd ever use the slicer. Oh, no worries. What if we just replaced it with this knife? It's called the salmon knife. It's awesome. It's flexible. It's great for things that are close to the bone or delicate things. At the same time, you can use it on watermelon. It's really great for meal prep, like raw chicken and stuff. What if we just slid that bad boy in there? Call your coach. You don't know how to do that? We do. Does that make sense? But if I would have dropped down to the galley, I would have lost that homemaker sale if I didn't ask why. Does this make sense? So you're not doing it to be like, why not? You're doing it so you can get info. Yeah, you want info and give them a chance on the investment options. Now, I'll give you the difference between pushy and professional. Who wants to be my guinea pig? I'm gonna make you feel uncomfortable. You ready? Okay. This is pushy. Okay, so Gabe, I'm gonna ask you for the order. Just keep telling me no. Do your
Okay.
best. Okay.
Okay.
Did you want to get the homemaker set today and get your free gifts?
I think I'm good.
Why not?
I don't like it. Too much. Too many pieces.
So it's not too many pieces. You do like it. I saw your face. And you can afford it.
No, you're wrong.
No, I'm right. I've been doing this for a long time. You can just split up into 5 months. Which card do you want to put it on?
How about none of them?
But no, but which card? Because it's only $3.69. It's like a grocery bill. Don't even tell me you can't afford that. You got kids, right? Like you can go to the store, you can afford Cutco.
Their mom pays for it.
Do you not want to like support American made or what's the problem? All right. Anybody uncomfortable? You uncomfortable?
It's just super fun.
I know. I'm being goofy, but also like that's pushy, right? It's like,
I was gonna say that.
yeah, it's the same thing when you're asking for the order over and over again, but you're giving them no new information. That's pushy. We're not doing that. You don't need to do that. Okay. Guys, just please stay with me for 5 minutes. Okay. No comments. Okay. Otherwise I get distracted and then I forget what I'm talking about and then I have to go back to my thing. I'm like, what am I doing? Cool. Okay. Here's professional. Gabe, did you want to get the homemaker +8 set today and get your free gifts?
No, I think it's too much for me.
Just a little bit too much?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. So you think the homemaker's a little bit too much? I completely understand. A lot of people right away see 1664 paid in full, and it is a lot all at once. However, most of our customers that do get the set, they just split it up on the 5-month plan. You can actually try the whole thing out for only $369 today. How does that sound?
Sounds more reasonable.
Does that sound different?
Yeah.
Right? So the manual is built to be low key. Okay. None of you have been taught how to sell things pushy. Okay. So you don't have a pushy bone in your body. Okay. And the manual is built to be low key, but it's also built to help the customer out. Okay. So let's say I go to, the galley set, right? So I drop down to the galley set, and I could drop to the starter sets, but all the knee jerks usually come down to it's the money or it's the pieces. And a lot of times it's the money, right? What are the objections on page 9? You have too much money. You have, what's the second one?
Need to think about
I need to
it.
think about it. Okay, let's play that one out. Do they really need to think about it? It's a knife. What are they gonna like wake up tomorrow and be like, those were good? Like, they don't even think about it. All they're actually thinking about is how much it costs. They just need a good deal. What's the next one?
Spouse.
Spouse, same thing. They just need a good deal. If they can't do it with their spouse, that's fine. Everyone has a different amount they're comfortable spending without the other one. Just drop down. Drop down the next one. Keep dropping down if they can't afford it. I'd rather sell a mom a trimmer today than a homemaker tomorrow, if their husband's not there or whatever. What's the next one?
Pieces, too many.
Too many pieces? Okay. Is it too many pieces?
No.
I don't know, like think of it this way. If this was $100, would you come up to it and be like, oh, yeah, I don't really do like bread and cakes and like lettuce and stuff too much. Oh, I'm not really much of a pair. I like a peeler better. Oh, I only have 3 kids, not 4. And then like take this and leave. No, you just take the thing, right? So is it really too many pieces?
No.
It usually just comes down to price and they need a good deal. And that's what you can do on your demos is you can call people and you can hook them up with really good deals. Or you can call your coach and hook them up with great deals. Or you can read the manual, which already has good deals in it for you. Does this make sense so far? Okay, let's go when you go to the galley, you're gonna be all bummed out and be like, ugh, this is the galley. It's not as good as the homemaker. No, your energy on your demo should stay the same, if not even maybe a little bit up, because you're getting them one step closer to what they want, not what you want, right? You're not there for you, you're there for them, right? And you want to get them the best option for them, okay? Next thing is the starter sets, right? When you get to the starter sets, again, they're picking one starter set. I'm going to give you a couple tips, couple quick stories that we're going to role play. So here's my couple quick tips. Okay. Sets are really what makes you money. And you have to understand that selling Cutco is not an art, it's just a science. When you focus on selling sets, you'll move the needle a lot quicker right out of the gates. And it'll improve your paycheck more than anything we've done in training so far. This guy, Bryce, I wish he would have done more demos, but he went 13 for 15 on his demos. He sold 9 sets out of 13 demos. That's how he got to 10,000 so fast, because he sold a lot of sets, right? So when you focus on selling sets, it helps the customer out so much more, okay? Now, somebody go to the starter set and tell me what your favorite starter set is. I'm gonna look up how much the paring knife and the trimmer cost. So 83, somebody do 83 plus 95 for me. 178. All right. So if they get a paring knife and a trimmer, it's 178. Okay. Who's got their favorite starter set? What is it?
It was the kitchenette.
Kitchenette. Cool. What's that one on the 5 pay, Jay?
124.
124. All right. Here's what I'm showing you that's important to understand. Okay. If Jay's mom gets a paring knife and a trimmer for 178, would she be getting a set? And could we give a good amount of free stuff? And would it come in a block? And would it have the right tool for the right job? And what's cheaper today, by the way? 124 or 178?
124.
124. Obviously, it's less than 178, right? Okay. So what did you just notice? Selling Cutco is not an art, it's a science. When you focus on selling sets, it's a much better deal for the customer, right? So on most demos, your customers are thinking, can I just buy some pieces? And if they get, excited about pieces, again, you want to say, I'm going to show you the sets, and if none of them appeal to you, we can pick out whatever pieces that you want. But their perfect pieces might be in the galley set, but they're never going to know that unless you show it to them. Their favorite pieces might be in the starter set, but they're not going to know that unless you show them. So here's my 4 lines for you. Number 1 is right tool for the right job. Here's why people should get a set. Right tool for the right job, right? Okay, so if mom just picks 2 pieces, does she have something for chopping vegetables? No. Would she have something for spreading? How about storage block to put it in? How about kitchen knives for the dinner table, like table knives or steak knives? So would she be getting the right tool for the right job? So I never want to be the type of customer service rep to sell my mom the wrong order. You got to remember this weekend, you're showing your best people, the people you care about, you love, whatever it is, right? So you want to do right by your customers, get them a set because it gets the right tool for the right job, right? Plus, think of this. This is 2 pieces. Right here, the kitchenette set is what, like 5 pieces, plus you have a cutting board, plus maybe a sharpener on there. I'm not 100% on that. Plus, you can give them like 2 gadgets, right? 2 gadgets. So it's like 5, 6, 7, 8. Basically, they can get 8 to 9 pieces versus 2, and they can spend 124 versus 178. Doesn't that seem like a lot better idea? Yeah, they get the whole thing. I mean, you could give the shears for free that literally are more than the kitchenette set on the 5 pay. Right? Second thing, it doesn't matter what you sell as long as you sell something, but it's a better deal in a set. The second thing is discounts. Discounts are a big deal because, again, you're not showing your regular customers. all the sets have a 10 to 18% built-in discount. The homemaker pieced out individually is over $1,900. So even if it's the smallest set, hook grandma up, right? This weekend isn't about making money off of mom and dad. It's about hitting promotions, having fun, gaining the confidence and experience. But it doesn't matter what you sell as long as you sell something, but it is a better deal in a set. So the third thing is that sets have what? Free stuff. They do have value too. Free stuff increases the value, right? The higher the value, the easier decision it is to buy. So if they just have, think about it, if they just have pieces, can they get the same value of free stuff with that? No, I mean, the cutting board already comes with the kitchenette set automatically, right? So I mean, if you think about it, if they get the right tool for the right job and they get a discount and they get free product on top of the deal, sets are by far the best way to go. It's the best value for the customer. But it doesn't matter what you sell as long as you sell them something. But it is a better deal in a set. And the last thing, number 4, is that they're safer. Okay, all the sets come in a blocker tray. I'm sorry, but 124 for something that they're going to use every day for knives that lasts them forever, that's American made. No one should be nervous like asking for that, right? Some of you have a pair of pants, a shirt, a belt that costs that much money. All your shoes, probably $124 is nothing to a homeowner. Okay, they could probably fart $124. Like if you took $124 in my bank account, zero chance that I would have any idea. In fact, my wife found $200 in the dryer yesterday. I had no idea. Like, am I missing it? No. Right? It's just what happens when you have a lot of expenses and you make more money as you like have a career job and stuff like that, right? Some of your customers, by the way, they would have no idea if you took the 5 pay of the homemaker out of their bank account. It's a grocery bill, $300. Think about when we're talking about buying a house. How much are they putting down on a down payment for a home? 30, 50, $100,000. $300 is literally nothing. I'm not saying like, I'm not saying the homemaker is like super cheap by any means. I'm just telling you that like anyone that has a job and a house and a spouse, like they can afford it. Okay. And you got to know that. And you got to have confidence in that too. Okay. But the only way that a customer could get something safer is if it has a blocker or tray. So those 4 things you really want to laser engrave in your head: right tool for the right job, discounts, free stuff, and they're safer. Now, I'm not teaching you anything you don't know. This is already in the manual on page 9. If they want pieces, right? But what I am telling you is I'm trying to teach you how to think about it a little differently. Does that make sense? Okay. So in Johnson County, we're always doing sets. We're always practicing safe sets. That's just what we like to do. Okay. Now, remember what things can be split up into, right? Once you learn the manual, you get really good at these specials at the end too, which you guys are going to get to practice in a couple minutes. You get really good at the specials. If you get to a couple pieces, hey, look, remember the average order is like $400-500. So the average customer gets like 4 or 5 pieces of Cutco. It's like they end up on special number 1 or 2. That's normal, right? Even a starter says a little bit above average, depending on what your average ends up being. Okay. But even if you get all the way down to 1 piece, what kind of knife do you want to recommend? Double D edge, yes, like a trimmer or a petite carver every single time, right? Because there's power and affordability in this, right? Remember, a trimmer that's like $95. Is that what I have on here? Yeah, $95. What's that into 2? It's like less than $50 a month, right? So I have a question for you. Can people afford that? Have a job, a career, a car, a spouse? All that? Of course. Well, you guys could afford that, right? And they make 30 times more than you. Okay. So can you understand how affordable our product line is? Anyone could afford Cutco. Anyone can afford an average order, especially split up. But anyone can afford Cutco. By the way, you could sell a veggie peeler also, or whatever, which is even less. Okay. But we can fit anyone's budget. Your job on every demo is to do your best to get a sale. That's one of the things we take a lot of pride in our office, is like the closing ratio, how many orders you can get in, right? Okay, I got 3 last tips for you. This is 3 stories. It's 3 types of reps, okay? Number 1 is the rep that sells homemakers or nothing. This is someone that takes something called a promise order. Anyone know what a promise order is? It equals a no sale. But what it is it's when you're on a demo and the customer says, "Can you call me back next week, tomorrow, whatever it is?" They're putting it off. If you leave the demo without them getting Cutco, are they going to buy Cutco from you? No, there's a 99.9% chance they aren't. Why? Because what builds value on your demo? You and Cutco. Right? Remember we did that like big Eiffel Tower thing yesterday with like all the value things, right? If I took away all the value, what's left for them to think about? The price, right? So think about it. Is that a crack?
No.
Okay. Maybe it was that water bottle. I don't know. Thought you did. I was like, whoa. So think about it. If a wife or a husband comes home and you do a demo for Janet, right? And she wants the homemaker, and he comes home and she's like, "I promise I'll buy it. I just gotta check with Bob. He'll be cool with it though. I swear. Just gotta give him the the double check." Okay. He comes home, right? And she goes, "Hey, Gabe did this demo for me today. I want to buy Cutco. It's this really great knife brand. They're super sharp and they'll last us a long time." And he goes, "Yeah, our knives are getting kind of old, huh?" And she goes, "Yeah, they stink." And he's like, "Cool, yeah, let's do it. What's it run?" And they have like a $300 Chicago set from 6 years ago. And he goes, "Well," she goes, "Well, the one I like is 1,660." And he goes, "Sorry?" And she goes, 1,664. And he goes, "No, are you serious? Absolutely not." And then she's like, "Please though." And she's like, "That's crazy for knives." And then she calls back Gabe, maybe. And she's like, "Hey, Gabe, sorry, you told me no." And you have a no sale. And it stings. I did this, by the way. One of my demos, my first year, I had a demo with this guy named Hans. It was a family friend's brother. I had him on the ultimate set, right? We're at his kitchen table. It's him, his wife, and their 3 kids. And I'm not joking. He looked at me in the eyeballs and was like, "All right, look, I get this fat bonus check at the end of the month. Call me at the end of the month on this date." It was like the 27th of the month. "And I will buy the ultimate set from you. I promise." And I was kind of wimpy. I was kind of like, "But are you sure you can't like get something today?" He's like, "No, I want it all." And I was like, "All right." Like, and I kind of like left with my tail in between my legs, right? So I call him at the end of the month though. I sit down. I remember this so vividly. I sit down at my office in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I'm at my chair, my normal chair. Okay. And I'm fired up too. I'm like, I'm about to place a 3K order, right? I'm about to do a phone jam right after this. I call him, ring, ring, ring. Hey, Nate. I'm like, "Hey, Hans." It's like, "Oh, hey, Nate, how's it going?" I'm like, "It's good. I'm good. I'm good. You told me to call you on this date to, you said you were going to get a bonus check. Did you get it?" And he's like, "I did." I'm like, "Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, I'm ready to write up the ultimate set for you." And he goes, "Oh, yeah, I thought about it. I just don't really need knives anymore, but good luck, man." It stung. Like, I feel like I got the wind knocked out of me. And then I had to do a phone jam. And I was like the least motivated I've ever been. It sucked. So don't take a promise order. What you want to do to avoid that is just drop down. I would rather have you drop down and sell it. Like my parents started with the Essentials Plus 5 set. Now they have an Ultimate. Why? Because they just upgraded over time. If they can't afford the whole thing, doesn't mean they're not going to drive a car. If you want a Ferrari, it doesn't mean you're going to walk everywhere because you don't have one. You're just going to drive a different car until you make enough cash and save up and you can get a Ferrari. Does that make sense? So it's like, just get them something on the demo. Because if you get them something on the demo, you can get them free stuff later. If they don't get anything on the demo while you're there, you can't give them free stuff later because they're not a Cutco owner. So even if they buy hypothetically one trimmer today, and this happened to someone last summer, he sold one trimmer. The next Saturday they got it, they used it a bunch, and they called him back and they bought a homemaker set. That could happen. Okay. So don't take a promise order. Okay. To help. The second type of rep is just the rep that sells pieces. They get a little bit too eager, anxious to make the sale. We had a guy named John Hallman who sold 10 petite carvers in a row, 10 demos. First 10 demos, everyone bought a petite carver. Pretty cool. First promotion, right? Weird. That's weird. Same knife also. That's weird. So what we found out was happening was on page 4, you cut the rope, right? He would go right And they're like, that is really good. And you'd go, mm-hmm, favorite knife. And they'd be like, well, how much is it? And you'd be like, 116 or whatever. And they'd be like, do you want to? Yeah, we'll try it out. And you go, smart choice. And you would like write up the order, get recommendations, and leave. What was he not doing? Like the whole demo.
Yeah.
He was like, it's my favorite one. You gotta show him everything, right? He would have been selling so many sets. Okay. Now we did fix it and he ended up being a great rep and became an assistant manager and all that. But you know, I don't know how long he could have kept doing that. It was just like was weird, right? You want to be the third type of rep, okay? The rep that sells everything. You sell some homemakers, you sell some signatures, some ultimate sets, some pieces. You're gonna have some no sales, some starter sets. It's a good barometer of like how well you're doing when you're getting a big mixture of things, okay? The last story I'll share with you is Jamal Walker. Jamal Walker went 0 for 4 right after training, and he was like kind of thinking like maybe I'm not good at this or whatever. And we go, hey Jamal, let's figure out what's going on in your demo because we think you should be doing great. So he does his 5th demo with his aunt and he has a no sale. And he's like, I swear I'm reading the manual. But if somebody goes like 0 for 4, like something's probably going wrong. It's just like it's very uncommon. So, anyways, he's at the customer's house, he's getting ready to leave. And his aunt goes, hey, by the way, you did a great job though. And he's like, he's like, thanks, right? He's kind of bummed. He's like, thanks. And she goes, by the way, am I able to buy any of this stuff today or? And he's like, yeah. And she goes, oh, I would love that first set you showed me, that homemaker set. I would love that. And he goes, really? It sparks up, and then he writes his first order up for a homemaker +8. What was Jamal not doing? Asking for the order.
Yeah.
So what he was doing is he was just reading the manual, but then when he would say the prices, but then he would just like look at them, and if they didn't stop him, which no one ever does, he just cruised to the next set. And he was like, yep, no, this is the galley. Check this one out. It's pretty cool. They thought it was for practice. They didn't even know they could buy. Your first demos aren't for practice. They're for confidence, right? And the way you become confident is by read the manual, click the slides, do the best demo that you can, make sales. That's what's going to boost your confidence overall with everything. So my last tips for you is when you're dropping down, just go slow through the options, right? Think of like the manual as your railing when you're a kid, right? And you're going down the stairs, you want to grab the railing. You don't want to like jump down 5 stairs, otherwise you'll break your ankle, right? You want to like walk down 1 stair at a time, show the options for people, okay? What we're going to do next is we're going to role play. We have a good chunk of time, which is good. So what I want you to do, I'm going to partner you up with somebody. Ideally, one of the partners has a laptop because it looks like not everyone brought one today. What we're going to do for role play is this. I would suggest, I want everyone to get at least page 12 practiced. Okay, that's the pieces page, okay? If you guys want to start a little earlier, you can start on page 9, okay? And that's like closing on the homemaker set. Now, the goal of this is not to sell a set. In fact, most of you are going to sell like 1 knife, okay? The whole point of this is so you can practice dropping through the options and like listening to your customer say no. Does that make sense? So most of you are going to sell a knife. Dylan and I are going to give you a piece of paper that says how much you have in your bank account. So if Aiden is practicing with Peyton, for example, and he's doing the demo, I'm going to give Peyton a piece of paper. Maybe it says $400. Maybe it says $112. Aiden has to keep dropping down until she can say yes with the money that she has in her bank account, which is what I gave her. Now we're just doing in full prices for this, no 5 pays or anything like that. Okay. But if you go to page 9, that'll match up with slide 26. Again, your partner's going to keep telling you no, so you can practice going through. One of you is going to be the customer. One of you will be the representative. You can fake writing prices down, or you can actually practice writing prices down. Okay. And you're going to make a small sale. Okay. Now you can spread out wherever, but again, you want to practice like it's a real demo. So like turn your laptop to them. You're going to click through the slides and like all that kind of stuff. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. So why don't you two go together? Why don't you two go together? Why don't well, let's do Noah, why don't you go with Eddie? in the back. Why don't you two go together? Cool. Why don't you two go together? Okay. Yep. Why don't and then why don't you two go together and then you guys have partnered up, a bunch of you guys can go together. Did I get everybody? Think so? Okay, so spread out around the office, find a spot, okay? Start on page 9. I would say you probably have like 10 to 15 minutes each if you need it, and then we'll wrap things up together as a group at the end. I'll give you some final comments. We'll give you your sample kits and all that good stuff as well too, okay? But the faster we start with role play, the quicker we can get through it, and then the quicker we can finish. Okay, okay. Yeah, anywhere, just don't go in the hallway.
Hey,
No.
you use this part of the.
Sure. I would go first.
Okay.
Maybe I can just hold it down.
Is that what you're gonna ask me?
Yeah, we,
No, I'll read yours.
oh, we can use either one.
Alexa, play.
I think I have it pulled up
I
still.
was wondering if you had a video.
Yeah.
It makes no difference to me. I mean, you. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
Band-Aid.
Yeah, Eddie, why don't you go first? Yep.
Yeah, that's 26. Right? Oh, no, that's just, wait. Where do you want us to start? Homemaker?
Yeah, or maybe it's 27. Is it 27?
Oh, yeah.
27, yeah. I'll fix that, 27. How did role play feel? Feel good to kind of run through it one more time at the end? Okay. Great. All right, the how early we get out, whether it's 2 minutes or 7 minutes or 10 minutes is totally up to you. Alexa, pause. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right, cool. So I have a couple of closing comments and remarks. A couple you asked, are you gonna stand right there? If you don't mind standing in the back, maybe. I don't care if you stand, but freak me out. Take a pic of this. This is, some of you were like, what do I say to my friend when they ask me like jobs or whatever? For like this Instagrams or the Snapchats or something like that, just use that. It just says, hey, I'm working right now, but yes, it's cool. Like if they ask, is this real? Yes, it's legit. It's customer sales service. Schedules are flexible. Money's good. If you like us, you can say that people are cool. Text me after the interview if you decide to check it out. It'd be cool to work together. So it's like very nonchalant. If you want to do it, cool. If not, I'm doing my thing, right? All right. So since we posted, by the way, we've received, what day is today? 6/6?
Yeah.
73. We received 32 applications already. A lot. I'm not gonna go through everything, but a lot of your names are on here. Henry, your name's on here quite a few times. Gabe, you're on here a few times. Miracle, you guys got a lot. Okay, final keys. I'm gonna simplify this, okay? But let me run through these. You always want to focus on like what do your next 2 days look like, okay? Make sure you call us when you need deals, like before and after demos, okay? And then double tap if you need a deal on a demo if we don't answer the first time. And just focus on progress, not perfection. Just remember, like you're the worst you're gonna be at the job right now, right? And then on the job, your first 10 days, you're gonna have 3 good days, you'll have 3 great days, you'll have 3 low CPO days, and then like a wild card, okay? But your first few days don't determine how you do on the job. I don't actually care what you're at coming to the division meeting or advanced training. I've had people at 0 in sales that have sold 10,000 their fast start. I've had someone at $400 in sales that has sold 10,000 their fast start. I've also had people come to advanced training at 10,000 in sales before. 3 people. So they've already made $2,000 before advanced training. Okay. So wherever you're at, it doesn't matter. Okay. When you're going through the options, make sure you drop down slowly. Make sure you smile, relax. Okay. The person that reads the manual is going to sell the most Cutco. Share some great deals with them with the buy now bonuses. Okay. And then to simplify basically everything that we went through for the last few days. Okay. Call your coach this weekend a bunch. Okay. After or on when you need a deal. Make sure for your in-person demos, you get some good stuff. right? You have rope and leather we gave you. Oh, we're gonna auction off the what's it called, watermelon that's left over. Make sure you cut the penny with the shears, with the trimmer, cut tomatoes. You only have 3 knives. It's not hard to remember. The smallest one, cut the grapes and the leather. And then with your biggest knife, if you forget everything over the last 3 days, just have them cut the rope with the biggest knife and you're still gonna make sales. Okay. Now, ideally, also have them cut a pineapple for your best demo. So it's okay to stock up on a few pineapples. All right. Anyone seen 50 First Dates? That cooler of pineapples, right? Okay. And then again, ignore that. Our advanced training is when? Yeah, 1 to 4 on Monday. Okay. And then last thing I'll say is like, if you forget everything, have them cut rope with the biggest knife and you just need to read the manual and click the slides. Okay, read the manual, click the slides, have them cut shit on the demo. All right. 10% of you are going to go out and you're going to have a slow start and you might have a couple reschedules or no sales or small orders, something like that. Don't sweat it. Thanks for taking one for the team, right? Advanced training, it's going to fix everything for you. 80% of you, you're going to be very average and you're going to go like, 3 for 5 and hit your first promotion by the next time I see you. Okay. And then, another 10% of you, you're going to be, and if you do more demos, obviously you're leaning towards the higher part of it. And 10% of you, everything's going to go right. And you're going to leave training and it's going to go like first demo, like signature ultimate set. And then second demo, galley +6. And then maybe a small order and then boom, homemaker +8 set. And you might go 10 for 10 like Tony did, right? And so you might shoot out of the gates. You might come to advanced training at 3, 6, who knows, maybe even $10,000 first weekend on the job. But keep it really simple. Just follow the manual, call for deals, have a ton of fun. You guys have an amazing product. You are trained really, really well. You have everything that you need. Relax. You have the best product. You're trained really, really well. Smile, have fun in your demos, call when you need deals. Okay, last thing, grab your fake Cutco graduation cap off the top of your head and you can throw it in the air because you just graduated Cutco training. Give yourselves a round of applause. It is the end of training. It is the start of the job. Go get them. Have fun. You're out 10 minutes early. Cheers. Give us some high fives.
The app where I actually put some of the